Oh. Are we live? Come on. Are we live? There it is. All right, what the hell was that, bro? That's crazy. I don't know what the hell happened. That was the weirdest one ever. That was the weirdest one ever. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. No, that one was weird, bro. I've never had that. That one, no internet drop, no nothing. I guess we cannot talk about Ralph Nader. My bad. My bad, y'all. Y'all ever want me to not talk about anything, you can send me $20 million. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Thank you. Well, that just, I was on a roll, bro. I like that, bro. I was looking up news. Now I need a pee. Yeah, they tasered me. They're like, step the fuck back. Okay. My bad. What happened is, I don't know what happened, bro. That was really weird. No, like it said, like on my OBS, no connection dropped. I even like, that was weird. I didn't get any emails. I didn't get anything. I thought I got clapped. I was like, damn it. I'm still here, G. Amen. Glad you're back. Wait, clap. Yeah, re-like the video. Oh, man, dude. They halted us, dude, and now they're like, the like resistance is crazy, dude. That's crazy. March 9th, 2020 stream. That's a good stream to be on. That's a good, that was probably a hype stream. Yeah, run the likes up. Run it. Can we get more likes than viewers? Is that possible? Next time, don't talk about crony capitalism. Should I move to Austin, Texas? Surprisingly, the cost of ownership in California is cheaper. So if you factor in a 30-year mortgage, interest payments, and then the property taxes from a Texas property to California, the cost is cheaper in California. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Texas is not it's not the same Texas that you think it is. That's why Texas made sense with half the price, right? So like when the prices were lower, that made sense because now your interest payment was a lot lower and everything else. But even if you got a similar price property or slightly cheaper in Texas, you look at the tax rate and then the interest on a 30-year mortgage, you walk away paying the same amount. No, Arizona's better. Arizona doesn't have like a 2-point-something tax on property, I don't think. Even Dallas, yeah, everywhere in Texas. It's just the Texas, your property tax is high. UK issues interventus notice on Ultra Coleman deal. So, like, what's a zip code in Austin? What's, like, the zip code in Austin? 78. So this is what people don't realize. 7874535. All right, 78745. We got two of those. Austin, Texas. So about 1.82, but you can see here the national average is like 1%. You're paying double. So like, let's say, what are you going to buy the home for? $500,000. You're paying $9,000 a year in property taxes in Austin, right? And that's most of Texas. As you see, you can maybe save $600 a year. Oh, you can't see? So here it is. So you're paying 78745 on a $500,000 home. You're going to be paying, well, yeah, you don't pay income tax for sure, but income taxes, you still pay federal tax. So income tax is going to save you. The difference is it's like what, extra like 15%. So yeah, I think, well, I don't know. I think New York's is cheaper, but like take $9,100 now, right? Times that by 30 years. So on a $500,000 property, after a 30-year mortgage, after you pay the mortgage, you wind up spending $273,000 on property taxes alone, not including interest. So let's see this. Let me get you another one. So now let's go to the same house. $500,000. And let's say you did even like a FHA, or let's say you did 5%. Nah, fam, write that off. You could write it off, but you still got to pay it. So now, take that same $500. That's at 3%, 3.3 interest, which is very, very low. By the end of that 30 years, you've paid about another $275 in interest and then $475 in principal. So add another $275. So right off the bat, off of taxes and interest, you're already spending more than the house. And then you have to add the next, the principal that you paid off, $472. 5 plus 472. And this is if you hold for 30 years. But you wind up spending $1 million in 30 years on that house, right? So now let's go to California. Even in Los Angeles, let's say you go LA, $3,600 a year, right? So remember, $1.02 million. But now take $3,600, times that by 30 years, you spend $108,000 on property taxes. And then again, the same $472 and then $275 plus $275, $482. So you actually end up spending after 30 years $865 instead of $1.02 million, and you're probably going to have higher appreciation in California. Ta-da! So you have to figure out where you want to go, and if it makes sense. Again, those are rough numbers. I mean, obviously, consult with a tax professional and do that, but all I'm saying, and to highlight, is that there's different factors when it comes down to it. It's not, don't get confused by just the price in general. My property taxes for 430 in Moreno Valley is over 3,600. Does that sound right? Yeah, especially if it's a newer one. Riverside and some of those areas have higher property taxes, but again, compared to Texas, it's not like that. Yeah, the property taxes are not lower in Texas. Texas is known, especially even if you're not a resident, it's even worse. Yeah, Chicago is higher. Chicago, Illinois sucks. Not like just for taxing, they're awful. You guys get taxed more even on gas, which is surprising. That people in Chi-Town are spending more taxes on gas than California. That's what keeps foreigners out of Texas real estate. They buy in cheaper states like Cali. Yeah. And again, if you're buying, well, you have to realize it. If you're buying cash, Texas might make a little bit more sense now because then you're at least saving the interest money. But even then, the interest is cheap right now. If you're looking at it over 30, it literally comparing Texas, even if you pay in cash on Texas, the property taxes is essentially interest. You're two something for 30 years. It just doesn't compound, but it just adds up. Gas is cheaper in Chicago than LA, but it would be cheaper if there's a gas tax. So they charge you like in California, I believe it's like 50 to 75 cents. So it's the same, like Chicago should be a lot cheaper with it. Like you pay more in additional taxes than not. Investing in Texas, not having Texas, no state income kills the deal. Even then, I mean, I think it's like 10 to 20, 15% difference on income. You still have to pay federal taxes. So like people are saying you have no sales tax. I don't know. Do you have sales tax? You have sales tax in Texas. I just think you're not getting taxed off of state income. So that's why California is shit, because you pay federal taxes. So you have to pay your federal tax, and then California adds on a state tax of an additional 10 to 15%. I think it's around 12.5. So that's why it's still like, you're still going to be paying taxes on your income. It's just not a state income tax. Yeah, SPY is flipping here. AMD and the chip makers are still getting clapped, and then after the bond auction, TLT went up. So I'm glad we closed out of that one play. Roblo doing so nice. Doge Ripper refinance in February if it's closed in August. Is aiming to sell her unit. Wait till the unit. If the units start selling higher, then refinance. If you want, like I didn't. The equity prices went up so much, I was able to get some pretty crazy refinance deals. Yeah, the stream got clapped. I don't know what happened earlier. It was very awkward. It's because we don't have 1,000 like resistance. They're like, Jesus Christ is Lord. Seek first the kingdom of God, and all other things will be added unto you. Okay, I'm with it. I vibe heavy. Amen. Look, even the Chaz down. They're like, ooh. UWMC, nice. Watch out. I mean, we might slip up here. It's interesting coming into Young Powell here. TJX Pop, Palantir. UMC looked decent. They had earnings, I think. NVIDIA's expected to do good. I mean, I'm more along the camp that if they mess up, it's clapped. Because there's a lot of expectations for them. Facebook good. We like Facebook. A stream. We got clapped for talking about crony capitalism in the auto industry. I could only imagine what they're doing at Tesla. You know, good guy. Another day, another clap. Hashtag big commerce. ETH pop. Daily. I've never been able to like your stream 2 times in one day. It's a blessing. God bless you. You're a blessing, man. Thank you. Let's see. Is coin moving? UMC is. NXRP clinical trial data. It's popping. You don't see it yet. It's up to 13. It hasn't updated. I think it's halted probably. Is it halted? Because it's printing 13. Yeah, that just came in though. Halted. Get to the boards quickly. How are you? Hurry. Is it active 3 clinical care study?
Two years from the time they started tapering until the time they finished. And of course, that was even pushing it back further because after
Stop yelling at me.
Ben Bernanke announced they might do it, they had the taper tantrum. So do they do it much faster this time? We'll see if there's any kind of stat.
What a chart. Look at this. Which one prevails? Monthly inflation or economic uncertainty versus price inflation, the PCE. Very interesting. So you notice they were kind of aligned here. Inflation was a little bit higher, then the PCE started to drop while economic uncertainty started to rise. And then they kind of matched. Now it's flip-flopping. That's an interesting one, huh? I think that's a really, I don't even know how to like digest this. That one's that one's interesting. That time frame was just over the last 6 months. Oh, dude, I should have put the Fibonacci on it, dude. Could have fibbed away on that one a lot. I gotta go fib when I drive. I might go to the bathroom here in a little bit. I'm probably gonna Fibonacci, dude. You know, I told you I Fibonacci everywhere I go. Dogecoin. Is Ethereum moving too? Palantir new highs. That NXRP one I want to see. Roblox on the high. Bonds went up there. SPY might come down here. Yeah, NXRP's showing on there. Coin on CNBC. Do you think the portfolio will hit 100K this year? At the beginning here, you thought you'd get there on deposits alone. Yeah. 100%. I mean, I think we're already there almost. Wait, why doesn't it? It usually shows up and gives me. But we're at 97,000 right now on it. So unless we like keep depositing and then there's big declines, yeah, the portfolio will be. Or I don't know if you're talking about just the big one The big one itself is at 87. So we need like 1,300. That's combined. So if we need the other one to get to 100, we got what, 4 more months? So that's another $8,000. If it stays, that would keep us at 95. So we need 5,000 more of gains. But then I also do think we are kind of depressed in a way where I think we could get more growth out of certain stuff. Like there's a lot of little ones that haven't really came up for us, and then we lost a lot of equity on certain other plays. Yeah, everybody was saying the cryptos were popping. I wanted to see Coinbase itself. Because it's kind of like crypto's been dying the last day or so, so it's moving, but the question is, how is it going to hold? Palantir, January 42 call sweep. That account started at 0. And then we deposit $2,000 a month. We got it. Ooh. Last long-term buy was Airbnb. Airbnb, and I still have deposit waiting. I'm still holding on it. So I still got money that I haven't even used. I want some Airbnb again. I want some Uber. I want a couple of things. Real estate course talk about wholesaling. Yes, Josh. Marshalls or Ross. I know Marshalls is nicer, but I think I've been to Ross a little bit more. I like both of them. Not. You're back? Good. Where'd you go? We like not. Apple's still dropping. Costco on the low. Go to my book. Keep being around. Amen. Amen. Well, God bless you, baby. I appreciate that. Airbnb. 145. 145 on 999. Looking for 145. Can we get a 146? Looking for the 146. Got 146.23. Looking to get a 146.25. Got 146.36. 146.33. Bro, I haven't even had a sip of caffeine today. I have not gone to the bathroom. So let me go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Natalie Watches main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. We love the cult. The cult loves you. I hope you're blessed. They're blessed. Oh, man. Like many talents, you're made for this. Well, thank you. I'm not even talented. I'm telling you, it's just, I want to be here. It's heart. That's all. I have a good feel. Have you noticed? I've said that a couple times today. That means I got a good feel. I can't stop even saying it. It's heart, baby. Do you have heart? Do y'all have the heart? Is it in you? Oh, come on. Y'all don't feel me. Don't let me. It's 9 a.m. Let me go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll go to the bathroom. Just. Whew. Okay. I'll be right back. Y'all can still talk to me. Got a lot of. Ooh. Bro, why is it like foggy? I kind of can't wait till winter. Like, I can't wait till it's like all cold. You know, we wake up in the morning, we're like, it's cold. You know what I'm talking about? From the mountains to the prairies. Nearly complete Nord Stream 2. Bullard has had an inflationary shock that is large, which led the Fed needs to take into account calibrating policy into 2022. Bullard live. NRXP resumed. So I think it's was this stage 3? Damn, they already had 15. Now they're halted again. That thing's going to go nuts. I think it's already halted again. Or is it just not? What is it? Kaplan's going to speak today too. Again, let me get a drink. God bless Chedonia. I'm pumped today, Chad. Opportunities on the horizon. Tell him, Eric. Tell him. Yeah, pharma stocks have been killer all year. I mean, it's been 4 years since 2016. It makes sense. That's the FDA cycle. They factor in like a 1-year delay with everything that happened. Body 15 called this one out yesterday. It just showed up on the screen. A lot of you guys were actually calling that one out. I just put it up. I wasn't too familiar with them. I think they got some like upgrade or somebody took a stake in them. Palantir new high. We want this, man. Let's get that covered call game back up there. EVFM, I'm not too familiar with that. Upwork running. Upwork and Upstart. Upwork is the IPO? No, which one was that other one? That was Confluent, I think. PFE and Asia, Bamurna, J&J. They kind of do like a dance. You know what I'm saying? Like you've seen them probably go back and forth. So growing divide. Young U.S. college grads' incomes at the tops have exploded, leaving their peers behind. It's not so bad being a junior banker at Wall Street, at least in terms of pay. Wave of raises meant to address complaints that rookies known as analysts work too hard to get too little means this year's newbies will get salaries of at least $100,000 before 5-figure bonuses, putting them in the top echelon of earnings among recent college grads. In fact, junior bankers are now on track to earn almost 5 times or more the median wage of their fellow grads, Census Bureau data shows. So finance is a good occupation to get into. So the 98th percentile, then the 95th percentile. So that means 2% of college grads are making this, if anything. The 50 on average, they're still, damn, college grads are still below 50. Wow. So that's why we raised the minimum wage, I guess. I think that would make sense. That's crazy. That's crazy. Echelon. The third echelon. Echelon. Sophie. I think Sophie's a good company. It's just, you know, kind of SPAC and everything else. Or what it came off of. Roblox. We need a fast Roblox melt up. That thing not going fast. It's not going fast. From the Roblox to East Brickton to Chadadonia. I haven't updated the last launch. So yeah, I haven't updated, I don't think, in a week ever since the latest Airbnb purchase, but I got one of them in there. And they're like swimwear. Walgreens has dividend. Oh, nice. Coca-Cola. Oh, I haven't even got the drips on these. Yeah, we still haven't got all, and we haven't got what? No, I thought I got this one. 6. Damn. That's crazy. Bullard could see pre-pandemic jobs level by March 2022. No, the Fed minutes comes out in 2 hours. Just under 2 hours. Any thesis ideas? I might have that before I graduated next year. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. What interests you? What do you have a heart for, my friend? But I'm ready for this PHILO, man. You know what I'm saying? Damn, what? Yo, bro. Where my credit card hackers at? Not like what's it called? Not like scammers, but like my credit card point hackers. Oh, I got something for you. Oh, we got something. Credit card points. Chase Sapphire. Now they're gonna give you 5 times points. If you for what's it called? If you purchase flights after you get your $300 free credit. Oh, TNT video, run that up too, baby. Click it, run it up, run it up, run it up, run it up. So, but now, even if you already have the card, just understand now where you could get your money on it. You could get 5 times points on flights. Ready for this one? 10 times points on hotel stays and car rentals after your 300 travel credit is spent. And then 10 times if you order prepaid booking reservations through the Chase restaurants. That's on Sapphire Reserve. But that's insane. 10 times on a restaurant? That's insane. That's insane. They have 300 annual travel credit, 3 times on travel purchases, 3 times on dining. But now you're getting way more points. After you spend something. No. This is just straight up. So there's no, if you have to qualify for the Chase or the Sapphire Reserve, but if you do, you get, again, if you could get 10 times on hotels and Chase dining, here's the trick. If you have an Amex Platinum and you get 5 times for booking hotels, you book through Amex, and this isn't a hotel hack. This is just a point hack. You book it through Amex. You don't get 10 times on Amex Platinum, do you? For restaurants? I don't think you do. I think you get 2 times. But if you book the hotel on Amex, get the 5 times plus the upgrades, and then you go and put the Chase Sapphire for the incidentals, you'll get 10x on that. UMC Pop. Bullard does not see Delta stopping economy's adaptation. Yeah, Amex, I'm saying, I think the 10x is for the restaurants when you first start, yeah. But otherwise, Chase, that's why I like the Sapphire Reserve, because you get because you get 3x on dining no matter what. Like, even after any amount of time. Logical to raise rates in fourth quarter 2022. $100K bonus offer? Jeez. Yeah, they are really trying to get everything popping. Can we stream? I don't know. I'm not Bullard. I don't know if I don't know where he's live. I'm not getting it. NXRP resumed again. Coinbase didn't go up too much. 17. NXRP is kind of trading now. It hasn't been halted yet. Airbnb pop in. NXRP is killing it. Again, it's phase 3. More volumes coming in now. Now that's not halted. And then UWMC's up on the high. We've not seen that in a while. NVIDIA dropping more. Bullard expects to allow balance sheet to run off after taper is complete. Allow market pricing to take over in long-term credit markets. So even then, market wrap right now, stocks in choppy trading session with Fed in minutes. Again, we're waiting the Fed minute. Actually, it hasn't even changed. Fund managers overwhelmingly expect U.S. central bank to signal tapering before year-end. According to Bank of America, monthly surveys show the Fed minutes is due at 2 p.m. Next week's Jackson Hole Symposium remains the most likely forum for a major revelation on the future direction of monetary policy. Uh-oh. Bro, man, I feel like there's so many just all of the charts, man. All of the charts. Are you ready? Are you ready? Can I show you? Are you gonna if I'm gonna show you, are you gonna get crazy with me? Are you ready? Okay, don't go too crazy. Double trouble. OSH pop. A little bit. XYF on the low. XYF clapped. That was a weird move. On it. Just show that chart again. I can't if with the small fee of $4.99. I'm just kidding. I love you, man. Just don't freak out, okay? Double trouble. S&P index went into correction every time its value had doubled. So 2003 to 2007, that was 100% correction. Then we had 2010, 100% correction. Then it went up another 100%. Correct. Oh, that was my flash crash. That was my moment. That was what this was a This was Josh Answers, was one of the big China plays. This is my moment over here. That's crazy. It looks so old on the chart. And then you got 100% from 2015 to 2019. Then big drop, and then big rise. Then 100%, and then dun dun dun. Can we see the years at the bottom? What do you mean? So everyone gonna, yeah, we're already at 100. Oh, the banner's blocking the years. And that's a thing, though. I mean, I think there was a nice comment yesterday that said something. It was along the lines that nowadays, like, you have a lot of people kind of more bearish than ever in a weird way. But the thing is, it's hard to profit off of being bearish. And I don't think a lot of people have realized that. Like, to actually be bearish and consistently profit off of it is more difficult than anything. So here's the years. This is from 2000. So this was 03 to 07, 100%. Then you had the correction. And then 09 to 2013, 11, 100% and drop. And then 2012 to 2015, then drop. Then 2016 to 2019, then drop. And then now where we're at here. Yeah, 2020 was crazy. What, 1,000? 100 was straight up. Can you show it one more time? I think I already got rid of the chart. My bad, G. I don't even know where I found the chart. I just get tinfoil for days on here, bro. I'm not going to change the... I can't make it small again, though. So you don't see the dates, but that's the chart. Very nice. We'll probably show it up on the watch list here. I'll get you on this one. You'll be good. Yeah, let me just take a screenshot of it now. Call it a day. I don't want to fucking zoom. What do I look like? Well, calculator. There it is. I want what you have. A receding hairline and bowel issues. I mean, that's... You want to be 5'2"? It's up to you, man. It's up to you. Up to you. Receding hairline with those curls. Oh, yeah. It's the weirdest thing ever. Don't play that posture. Yeah, no, the posture's been good on the height. It has been. It has been. Apple seeing a huge demand for iPhones in China. Positive sign the company heads to the expected launch a new version of flagship product in September. I consider trading my height for your voice. I feel like this is the plot of Space Jam, the original. Because I'm interested, but I feel like I know how this situation ends up. You know what I'm saying? Amazon Pop. That's big news for semis. That actually should be. But remember, they had positive news earlier. I mean, even the semi index is down. Oh, that's Little Mermaid, I think. Yeah. I can show you the world. That's Aladdin, damn it. Under the sea, under the sea. When you go pee, when you go. No, that's a different one. The Roblox play was a September call, far at the money, but it's like up like 10% right now. I think. I know I think it might be up 20%. 15. They have a huge moat right now because a lot of people use them, but I think Bitcoin trading should be free, and I think eventually it will be free. I think Bitcoin in like a couple years, but right now the fees are ingrained into Bitcoin in a weird way. I mean, the mining and all that. But then again, if it shot up what would happen if Bitcoin trading was free? Actually, I don't even know. I need an Amazon Prime. That's genius. Pay monthly and then trade as much as you want. That would make more sense. Coinbase Prime, 20 a month for up to 20 trades. I wouldn't do that. I've never sold in my life. I don't need that many trades. That's fine. Y'all remember that? You don't remember when I bought the Bitcoin that one time and you were like, "Y'all, you spent 400 in fees," or I think I spent like 150 on the fee for Bitcoin in August 2020. Y'all wouldn't let me live that down. I was like, man, it's fine. It adds, factor it over 10 years. It's like paying $10 a month. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you have weekly buys though? Yeah, that makes sense. It adds up to the same amount though. On the video for that. That one was a good one. Airbnb. My guy. You sell cash secure puts. I have. I did that on Sam and got clapped. But yes, I have. If anything, though, I do like some of the covered calls, especially on some positions. We're going to roll over a Sam put probably by the end of the week here. And then I got a cover call on Roblox that expires on Friday. And it's going to free up my collateral, and then I can make some moves. Pablo Escobar. That name sounds familiar, man. I'm glad to have you, my guy. Glad to have you. AMD set to become TSMC's second largest customer. Apple car chip production rumored for China. Hold on. AMD popping off of that. You're getting a pop off that AMD rumor with Apple car in demand. Where's that coming from? Let's see. WCC Tech. Social media signals rise on that. Airbnb running. Oh, yeah, my bad. Got you, bro. Apple gonna outsource. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a Kia with the Apple badge. Could be decent. I don't know. Maybe sell some puts on here. I don't know if I want to sell puts on. AMD already got me in them. I was like, this thing could move. It's the minutes. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list, the main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But, how y'all doing, man? How y'all doing? I know, bro. I saw a Kia yesterday. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I was staring at the Kia. It was a weird moment, bro. I was like, yo, that shit was fly as hell. But we still haven't hit 1,000 like resistance. We got clapped by crony capitalism, but it happens. That's actually the definition of crony capitalism. So, you know, do your part. Support the channel, baby. Do it with a like, show it with some love. But above all else, man, I love that you guys support the channel, but I hope that you support yourself in the long term and take care of yourself. And that's why we got to do the push-ups, baby. We do this every single hour. We missed it last time because we got clapped by crony capitalism. But what you got to do right now, is get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, ladies and gentlemen. Sitting is the new smoking. We've been here, baby. We've been here. So, new badge. Who this? Ooh. Roblox popping again, too. AMD coming up. Intel did not get clapped on that, but we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Please get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. If you can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, wow, I see it now. Keith, it didn't show your badge. That 1 year, baby. Woo! Shout out all the people doing the push-ups. Shout out all the 1 year badges, baby. We love it. We love it. God bless you. God bless you. Amen. Amen. Okay, but still, it's push-up time. Wow, big volume on Roblo. But do that, get the body moving, drop the shoulders, flex the core, tucks the hips in. Make sure that your shoulders are dropped right now. A lot of you been scrunching them up here at the computer screen. Everything is chill, man. Relax. Drop the shoulders. Everything is going to be okay. It's going to be okay. There you look good right now. I ain't going to lie to you, man. No como. You look good. You know what I'm saying? Like, you look good right now with that chest to the sun, that posture, you sitting up straight. You look taller. Wow. That's crazy. I know. I do worry about your health because this is a cult. You know what I'm saying? What kind of cult would it be if I didn't get you on a super long-term commitment, right? I got to keep you here for a long time. How can I keep you here for a long time if you getting clapped? You got to stay alive. I've been trading for about 15 years now. Oh, man, you should have seen the awkward stages of my body of between sitting down for 7 hours a day, eating out, then you go make a couple of trays, then you start eating out good, and then you start losing a couple trays, then you start eating Taco Bell every day for 6 months, then you go back to the lobster and steak. It gets crazy, and then you don't work. I'm telling you, man, I'm just looking out for you. I want to make sure you're here for a long time, okay? Okay? So that's all you got to do, but drop the shoulders, flex the core. You look good, man. Chest to the sun. Legs in front of you. Stop it. Hey. Why are you sitting there crisscross applesauce in your computer chair? That's what are you? You like a 5th grader stuck in a Wall Street man's body. And then if you're stuck in a Wall Street man's body, you got to do the push-ups, man. Okay, so please, legs in front of you. Not wrapped behind your computer chair, not crisscross applesauce. Okay, and finally, I need you to relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Time this guy made me fall in love. I think we're going to get along great, man, because Aaron, you have no idea how many people dislike the push-up segment, man. So I'm glad you got you good priorities. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you too, Scott? Amen. Well, we love you, man. So listen, get a long-term, please. Okay? I'm going to double down. Should I risk it, Chad? They got 2 new people, and they're like, yo, I like this guy. He's like, I like to put, I'm going to risk it. Yo, have you heard about the long-term? I know, listen, it's not day trading. It's really slow. You're going to get like $1 a month off of dividends, and we freak the fuck out about it. But get a long-term investment account, okay? Add every month, little by little. You leg press 110. Oh, come on, Sarah. 110. Actually, that's pretty good. If you just started working out, I at one point in the last, like, I don't know, 18 months, I was probably doing the same amount. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? But get the long term. Oh, you got that? Man, I like these. Man, where did these new guys come from? They like push-ups and they like the long term? Where the fuck have y'all been for the last year and a half? I've been getting, shut the fuck up and talk about AMC. I'm like, damn, son, okay, shit. You know, these guys are like, yo, I like push-ups. I like the long term. Well, you'll fit in just fine here. I'm doing my resistances. The home workouts get old. Learn to love, bro. They do get older to a degree, but like there's enough. Home workouts saved me during COVID. I was looking at pictures yesterday. I was bad. I was bad. Why is everyone taking steroids all of a sudden? People are just going to the gym, bro. That's it. So it happens. The home workouts saved me. It's better than nothing. Bro, and we couldn't when gyms were closed and everything. And then I was just stuck inside, just eating all day, living in just, it was crazy. 20 squats. I know, I've been doing legs. I did legs the other day. I've been doing legs actually more than anything. I'm doubling up on legs every week. I got to bring them back now. Bring them back. You eat healthy? I do, but I had a Chipotle yesterday. And I didn't know that. They have tacos. Y'all ever had a Chipotle taco? Chipotle. That's the fancy way to say Chipotle. If you ever want it to sound nice, you're like, oh, can we go to Chipotle? They'd be like, what? Chipotle. Chipotle. Very good. Why did you say that? I know, I'm sorry. That is healthy? Oh, shit. I'm healthy as hell. I loved it. Chipotle in my Chevrolet. Get the burrito bowl and the tortillas. I like how you think. I already have 2 Airbnbs. Where's Wally World? Did we know this? United Wholesale aims to become the first American mortgage lender to accept crypto. I did not know that. Lending tips, are you here? Did you know that? What the hell? That's crazy. That's crazy, actually. Oh, lending. He said old news. Lending tip said he didn't know. Yeah, Airbnb. That's a nice run today. Who? UWMC. But everyone says that to be cool. UWM is really undervalued. They said that on the earnings call. No way. I'm down. That's cool. They talked about second quarter. I guess maybe if that's old then, right? So then they probably just didn't like double down on it. I feel like that's too risky though. I think it's a good news. Like as much as I like crypto, I feel like that's so risky. Like if you take a mortgage payment in crypto and then like the house is gonna hold its value. I guess you can make money. It's just a risk you have to be able to take. But I don't know how I feel about that move. It's like, actually, what's it called? Lending Tips offered me a deal. Would you guys do this? There's companies right now. It's funny because I even read it on Bloomberg right now. There's a segment of, oh yeah, and we could do, what's it called? We could do hard money loans now. I just found that out yesterday as well too. So if you guys have any house flips you want to do, we could give hard money loans. I just can't loan to my fucking self. Stupid regulations. Moral hazard. Come on. but there's like a lot of companies right now that need short-term capital for interest, like short-term capital for orders. Okay, so would you guys do this deal? Ready? There's a company and they need to fulfill a purchase order, and they need we'll say the amount is $100,000, right? They need $100,000, and they'll pay you back in 3 months at an interest rate of 15%. So if you got $100K, right, and you give it to this company, they will pay you back $115,000 in 3 months. Would you do it? Is there any questions? That's what most of the show. That's funny. That's exactly what Lending Tip said. He's like, it's just like Shark Tank. Risky as it gets, dividend. You could do that on ETC. Repeat, where do I sign? Too good to be true. They said they needed to fulfill a purchase order. So they have orders. They have all these orders ready to go, but they need cash up front to be able to fulfill them. Last time I did that, dude got picked up by the police for distribution. That was not Shark Tank then. Okay, that's this order is not illegal. They're a legit company. They why as legit as a company could be. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you ever know, right? So I said it off the bat. I said it sounds like a good deal, but I even told Lending Tips. I was like, dude, 15%? Are you fucking kidding? I said, what are you? That's a big yield, bro. That's a big yield for a 3-month loan. But then I just said the collateral is the question. So I said we could do something like that, but I said do you guys own houses? So as long the owners of the companies all own houses, so I said that's fine. I'll give you the money. I just get to put a lien on every single person's house. And I said now we have good deal. And that's it. But people are doing it now. A lot of those deals are popping up where people need short-term cash and they're willing to pay a lot for it. That's smart. Yeah, see, I'll take that. It's not savage. That makes sense. I'll be like, how bad are you really gonna pay me back? That's fine. It's no issue. Are banks not loaning? I don't know. I do have a lot more questions about it, but I was just saying it's just like, you know, it's a risky, anything offering 15% on a 3-month. I mean, to give you a general idea, 3-month right now government bond is yielding like 0.04% or something. It's not even like, so it's a whole different game. Or they could be over levered. Wow. Katsa. You did it. Texas real estate exam. Thanks for the knowledge, Sensei. God bless the cult. Shout out that cult. Let's go, Evan. Horn. My guy. Another one. Another one, baby. I just got 100% for 3 months. They paid you back. I'm too conservative for that. I don't like 15% gets me excited, but I'm not like excited, if that makes sense, right? It's like a hot girl. It's like, wow, like she's beautiful. It's like, that's dope. But then it's like, she's a hot girl. You know what I'm saying? You don't ever trust them. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, okay, I'll stop this one. But so I like it, but I don't. I like it, but I don't. You know, there has to be some inherent risk and craziness with it. Scare money don't make money. You can stake your coin for 15%. Nah, I'm good. See, I don't even like to do that. Why not get into property development? I have some that I'm kind of like dabbling in. I'm trying to, because I've usually I have people that I know who do it very well, and pretty much I would only do it with them because I'm very hesitant towards it, just because I have like my formula for single family, and we are getting a little bit into commercial, but my single family is the primary resource, and that is I have it on lock, and the timing and the development and the risk with building, since I'm not as experienced, I don't feel as comfortable with it. But I do have a good friend of mine. He is he's a big builder in LA, and he's offered me a couple. He offered me one the other day. We might do it, but it's still something that I'm not like. I just like it when it's easy, simple, ready to go. I'm patient, but I don't like to leave it to variable costs sometimes. His name's Bob. He's a builder. He can fix it. Yes, he can. So it's all up to him. Best thing not to overtrade. Yep, 100%. Just wait for a good setup, good data, whatever it may be. It'll go a long way. Yeah, Bob's the man, dude. It doesn't have to be turnkey. I go as far as knock everything down all the way to one. You say Bob can't fix shit? What do you mean, bitch? Bob has been in the industry for like 20 years. Okay, maybe he doesn't really meet the health standards. Like I seen the hat he wears. I'm like, dude, that is so not up to code. You know what I'm saying? Then he dicks around a lot and he has his camera and shit, but like, nah, man, he could fix some things. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, that screwdriver is big as hell, Bob. Where did you even buy a screwdriver bigger than your head? That's insane. Oh, no. Bob has so many OSHA violations. You have no idea, dude. Bob the Builder, where are they now? Bob is just drinking like a 6-pack. He's like reminiscing on the good old days. He's like, fucking real estate crashing these motherfuckers. Yeah, Bob hasn't paid taxes in like 20 years. Don't like easy shit. The harder the process, the bigger the victory. I don't know if I'll necessarily like agree with that. It's not that I like it easy. I just don't like, I like a lack of uncertainty. That's what I don't want. I don't want uncertainty with some of this stuff. It's like, and it's just richest man in Babylon, you know. I value the knowledge and experience, and I've seen so many developments and builds and all of that I just know that if you don't know what you're doing, if you do not account for everything, and then the amount of things that could pop up, you're taking that risk. So it's what risk are you willing to do? And then the formula I'm using with single family, I make a lot of money off the buy. I wait for my deals. We hunt for them a lot. It's very simple, but I'm making comparable profits. You can't build shit out of, like, some of the buildings that people could do is crazy. It's really key. Yeah, your first business partner said you work too hard. You have to maximize your time and risk. 100%. It's making, being the wisest with your time, because there's still opportunity costs, and that's the thing. I don't want to throw money into something with a variable cost, even though you can reasonably do it. But that's why somebody who has the skill set and experience, it could go a long way. A very long way. Ooh, 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 ooh. Your time, but it is cool. I mean, I got one deal in LA. LA, it's like across the street from it's like right next to the Soho House. It's a property for 1.5 or 1.6 million. It's zoned and approved plans. You could build up to 6 different condos on it. All in cost is like $6 million, and you could sell the condos for like 1.5 a pop, or at least like 1.1 minimum. So we talked. I might do this deal. We were gonna split it. I need to see what the loan costs are, but it would take about a year and a half. You go in, and then you could knock down this property, build up 6 units, sell 4 of them, recoup your investment of $6 million, and then you get 2 houses for free. I get a house, and then my partner would get a house. So that's something that's the most recent deal that I've got that I actually like. I have 10K. How do you get into it? You could get into that one if you have other equity with a house or collateral, because I know the number 6 million sounds big, but there's you realistically it's going to be about 300 grand, I would say. 300 grand up front, but you could split it, and then if you can also find a way to get other loans on it, being commercial, you could probably, I would say realistically you need at least 100K to get into that one. I've seen this on Shameless. You don't have shit. You could buy another. You got to buy a Ohio house first. Well, my friend, Xavier, you have more than you think. You just got to get creative. Do you have anybody who could believe in you, or can you sell it? That's what you got to do. So even if you don't have 100K, even though you don't have any of the money, if you could go find an investor and pitch them this idea, if you, like, again, I have the plans, we have everything ready to go. That's money right there, where you're showing them and say, hey, here's the deal. If you will loan me out this money to do this, I could give you a cut of the profits, and then even if I fail, it turns into equity into this development with another partner anyways. So realistically, you could probably enter this deal with no money on your part, but you would have to find somebody. Oh, man, how many Xaviers do we have? Israeli Prime Minister to meet U.S. President on August 26th. I'm the original. No, but Xavier hooked me up, though. Xavier sent me he hooked me up with that cause, though. So mad love. Xavier's versus Oscars coming to a chat near you. Brought to you by the Long Term. My guy. Love you, bro. Appreciate you. Hires MetLife veteran Hodes for FIG investment banking. Jamia Pop. Didn't a couple people trim Jamia? Little one. I'm seeing more Troys in here. And now that I think about it, I don't really know too many Troys. I know Trey. I know Troy. I know one other Troy. Ethereum popping still. Why does it still say it's down? It's still down 3. How much did it drop yesterday? Virgo team. I'm not a Virgo, but I love you, bro. King Virgo still thinks I'm a Virgo. I'm trying to explain. I'm like, I'm not, but he won't accept my answer. I still love you, though. I still love you. I'll put on. I could support. I could root for the Virgos. Yeah, okay, never mind. My Coinbase wasn't updated. Ethereum's only down 1%. Non-stop respect for Palantir's uptrend. Oh, we're just going to ignore Roblox? Huh? You know, I can't give Roblox any credit. He's been working all day. I love him. Nah, Palantir, I'm actually impressed with Palantir. I'm actually very impressed. It's a good move. I don't know why. I don't know. Did Kathy buy more, or is it coming off of just that gold bar news? $30% on Roblo? I think so. Huh? 25%. 25. Should be 30. Should be 30. I can't wait. I just want Roblox premiums, not only because I bought them, but I want the premiums to skyrocket so I could start selling those covered calls. It could be the gold bar. I think investors made. Kathy did buy too, right? But I think the gold bar is it's like a shift to safety in a way. I think people might like it. Palantir over 26. It hasn't been here since what? August? Or no, excuse me, June. June and then April. X went crazy. So did oil. Then it bounced all over the place. Yeah, it's a big level for Palantir. Roblox still running now. Even more volume, or it's at least from earlier in the day. Yeah, XOM came down. X. Oof. Very so holy shit, actually. That's an inflation gauge. That's very, very weird. But it did kind of go up after infrastructure. Market just realized East Brickton exists. Oh no, are you ready for this though? East Brickton is not even factored into their earnings. It's not. This isn't factoring in East Brickton. Their earnings did not factor in East Brickton nor Cardi B. Those are my two like stupid catalysts that I think are factored into it though, or that will affect it. They're guiding up for their strongest quarter. But East Brickton, that went viral, but it went viral after the period ended. So I got on the game because of that meme. I logged in, we went on, you guys got to go on too. Like there was that, and then there was that tweet I think about a couple days ago or a week ago. This is the most funniest legit sentence I've heard in a while. And then Cardi B, she said if she's ever gonna go broke, it's because of her kid on Roblox. And then Roblox responded to her. Okay. Yeah. I like how the spy's been low-key pinned here. Oil Chicle Fubo on the high. $65. Oil, yeah, oil keeps slipping. That's not good. I think 63. Remember I went over those levels? 50 and 55 are the levels. 60, I don't know if the market trips at 60. Well, 65 was the break in what? 2019. And F. Oh, dude, the Fibonacci, dude? No idea. I love you, Andrew B. God bless you. Well, drop in China Divergent, another 2014 play. If it confirms, yeah, because again, even in 2014, 2015, when everything happened, it literally just like the triggers hit and everybody ignored it. Even Jim Cramer was on TV saying China has nothing to do with us. Yabba dabba dooba. Like everybody and their mom had just we need that to happen. That's the only thing I'm looking for. X pop still is like up 8%, 7.8. And nobody thought that's fishy. GXO pop. Yeah, GXO, decent pop. It's final trade on CNBC. SC balance sheet. I'm telling you, so many people bought. I didn't realize it was that big of a hold for some of these funds. Like they love SE. XOM Chicle. GXO still popping. Yeah, XOM coming down a little bit. Bro, Cardano. Oh, dude, it's like a little Fibonacci Donna. Have you ever had one of those? I love all of them, dude. This Roblox swing is wild. Nah, it needs to get crazy. Again, they've done this a few times. We just need that continuation. U.S. 20-year bonds draw 1.8 auction, allotted high at 31.99%. Where's Young Tilt? Yeah, Tilt, other bond auction, you're getting some moves here. It matched the pre-sale when issued, so it probably shouldn't move. Why don't you like Cardano? At Lending Tips likes Cardano. I'm just conservative with it, kind of. I picked my ones for the next few years outside of Bitcoin and Ethereum. The ones I like, Stellar and Ethereum Classic. Those are the ones. And then, I don't even have high expectations for any of them. Anything outside of Bitcoin or Ethereum, I really do not have high expectations for. So I still have the other ones, but anything else, I think Cardano is bad? Not at all. I think Cardano is actually in the game. XRP, I have it from back in the day, but Cardano isn't bad. I don't really think it's bad, but it's just not, it's just not in my army just yet. I have not added it there. I've not drafted them. Why do you like Stellar? I like its use value. It's kind of, and then the fact that it's not clapped like Ripple, but the use value, and then its affiliation with Coinbase. I like it's still the number 3 token held on Coinbase at the end of even after the first time, and even after all of the so many coins traded hands and everything, it's still holding number 3. Yeah, XLM's transaction fees that's why I like it. Like if I was ever really going to transfer money like from one country to the next or go anywhere, I would actually use XLM. Assuming the price is stable at that moment, but XLM is just dirt cheap. Like, so if you ever need to like fund another crypto account, or if you need to move it to a certain brokerage, it's cheaper to transfer to XLM and send XLM to another wallet or brokerage. It'll charge you nothing versus sending the actual Bitcoin, Ethereum, or anything else. XRP, you just have the legal issue. It would have been XRP, but it just has those issues. XLM, it didn't drop to 16, did it? I feel like I saw this the other day. It sucks because XRP back in the day, it was very disruptive. I had a guy, I knew one of the CEOs of like one of the largest clearinghouses in the world. Like they would clear over like a couple $1 billion a day. And he told me they were worried about XRP. But this was in 2017. He told me this, 2018, maybe. So it just sucks that the legal issues really did clap them. Wow, wait, it did drop to number 16. No way. Who's number 13? Or who's number 3? I swear it was what? Damn, son. No, it did drop. I swear 2 days ago it was at damn. BNB is number 3 on Coinbase? They don't have BNB. I think it might be Cardano now. Yeah, Cardano. Yeah, it's Cardano, you motherfuckers. Damn, that's hype. See? Cardano's at least something good in that spot. Yeah, no, XLM's at 16. That's crazy. I did not know that. I swear I looked at it. The other day and it said 3. Overstock pop. Legal issues to clear up. Would you go back in? I never left. So I still have XRP. I've held it the whole time. I like it, but it's just not. You got to understand the risk with it. So I'm gonna hold it, but then that's why I like XLM as a side piece. Hood. Remember, they have earnings. They're up 8% right now. Yeah, I have some XRP on my Coinbase. Still got Valander. Mm. 8% is what they're expecting. It could be the pre-run cushion. So we've seen that a couple times. But, I mean, with the IPO, Robinhood, it should go crazy. Roblox hitting another high. Premiums are widening on the spreads. We should have at least 30 now. No, now we got 40% on the play from earlier today. My Roblox, we have shares, but I made a play earlier today on the Septembers. We did a shorter term play. It's a month of time, so it's honestly not too bad of a play. It's just far out the money. And then we have our shares still as well, too. Excuse me. Hood pricing in +4 plus or minus 4.6. Did our hood plays go up? I totally forgot we had that other one. I played it that one day. Nope, still down 44%. I only bought one for $40. It's worth 20 now. The FOMC is going to be here in a little bit. So please hold. I go bathroom. We have to do something, man. I got a good one. Bro, the weather is weird today. The weather outside is smooth, and Chad is in the long term. Wow. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I smell it. I hope you're ready. I really hope you're ready. I really do, man. I really do. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you are having a wonderful day. And man, today's PHILO is going to be great. I got something beautiful for you, man. I got something very beautiful for you, but I will have to give you a disclaimer for this one, okay? And the disclaimer is, if you are not looking to go deep, then get out of here. I don't want this will make you feel some type of way. That's all I'm telling. No, it's not. That's all I'm saying. This one is just deep, and you're gonna really look in the mirror on this one. You know, yesterday I had a good prayer after yesterday, man. Like it's honestly like so. What I'm trying to tell you is like if you want to stay If you don't want to change anything in your life, if you want to stay the same way, you know what I'm saying? Then leave. Okay? I'm telling you now. And no, I didn't want to, you could feel like you could get called out with this, but honestly, from like the bottom of my heart, it's not. It's like it's a really exciting message, I would say. But it's a little different in the sense that it's just real. It's just very, very real. So are you ready? Are you locked in, Chad? Are you guys ready to go? Did anybody leave now or forever hold your peace? Because honestly, if you listen to this today and nothing changes, you know what I'm saying? Like if you listen to this today and nothing changes, I mean, you cannot claim ignorance no longer. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do you understand that? Does everybody please sign on the dotted line? You cannot, there will be no confusion. You can't unhear it. Beautiful. Sign. Great. Great. Amen. All right. Here it is, my friend. Today we are going to talk about your heart. I couldn't even hold it in the morning. You know that? But we're going to talk about your heart. You know how important the heart is. The Bible says a lot about the heart. The heart is naturally wicked. You know that. Our standard equipment of our heart is wicked. Jesus wouldn't answer questions because he said, I knew what was in their heart. Oh, y'all don't feel. I'm telling you, the heart. Oh, it's crazy. So I'm going to give you an example. We're going to talk about a reservoir of water. Do you know what a reservoir of water, do you know how that operates? Are you guys familiar with how water gets to places? Right? There's a big tank of water. Some places where they store their water, it keeps the clean water, and then it goes out through the pipes, and then they send it through with everything, right? And then it trickles down, yeah. Gravity, a lot of things. Now think about the reservoir. That's what we're going to talk about. And why we need to talk about it is because this little example shows a lot. Because, a lot of people think that, hey, if I go and change this, change that, a lot of people think changing the principles that they live by will change their lives. How many people come in? Even then, I'm saying, are you ready to get better? Some people think, okay, if I change what time I wake up in the morning, if I change this, if I change that, it's going to change my life. It could have some effect. I'm not saying it doesn't, but just think about the reservoir here. I'll tell you in a second. Well, another thing people say beyond just principles is society. Oh, and we see it a lot today. A lot of people will say, well, that's why we need to change society and change how society is structured so there's less temptation, so that there's more of this, less of this. High ticker's ripping right now. A lot of China stocks on there. Neo, Li Auto, something. Hold on, something might have came out there. It's just moving. Okay, just keep an eye on that. But I need a burp. Oof, society, right? Changing it. We say we could change society. Let's change how it operates, and then maybe we will get the reaction that we want, right? Or we'll be able to live the life that we want to. Well, what happens if the reservoir is contaminated? Tesla Big Red? No, that's not that. I thought it was going to take the whole chart. Yes. What if the reservoir is contaminated? That's why I'm saying if you change your principles, you change society, you change this, you change all of that, but the original source of the water is contaminated. That's like having a contaminated reservoir and then changing the pipes. You could go put crystal clear, brand new piping. If the water is still contaminated from the source, what happens when it goes through the pipes? It'll still be dirty. It'll still be poisonous. So, this explains the analogy of the heart, my friend. You know, unless your heart is right, or if you really even, it's not even about being right or wrong. It's just how many of us actually focus on the state of our heart. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I really don't think, because I didn't even think about it till the other day. I have before, I've said it, but this is a real deep dive into it. You know, even the most thought out, precise plan you could ever have in your life, whether it's a scheme or whether who knows what it is, unless that heart, if the source is contaminated, things become difficult. So some people say education, though. What about education? You know, what if we educate man and show him more and teach him more, right? If we teach somebody, if we educate them, they will be better. That will fix things, right? That'll fix their life and all this other stuff, right? That's going to make the water clean. So if you went, you know, there's a controller at these reservoirs. There's like a comptroller and somebody pressing the buttons, right? And they press something and this and that, and it makes it so that the water goes through, doesn't go through, all of that stuff. You could go hire the most educated, wisest man in the world to go handle that position, right? Flipping the switches, doing the thing. But again, the water would still come out dirty if the reservoir is contaminated. Okay, some people will even say, what about will? What about the will of man? Well, if man just has a will, you know, if he has the force, you know, the motivation, if he has a desire and he has that will, that's like changing the engines on the pump, right? If you set it up and you change all the machinery and give it the most power, like the will, right? Just like you or some of you have a strong will. Go make the strongest, most powerful reservoir. Even if you add that level of will to it and power, it would not change the state of the water if the reservoir is contaminated. So, do you get the idea? That's why we need to talk about the heart. It's very, very interesting. I think it is. Because after hearing this, I'm like, I think a lot of us have probably taken it for granted what's really the deep down cause of a lot of things. Think about it. You could change a lot of things in your life. You could work very, very hard. You could do a lot of things. That's why some people will always be miserable. And it's sad. That's why a lot of us have experienced stuff and still not feel the way we probably should have. Change the pipes, change the engine. You got smarter. Oh, come on. So now, how do you fix it? See, I'm not here to tell you the problem and not offer something. So there's a couple principles we could discuss. But it is focusing on the heart, and I will tell you that from the get-go. Where is your heart at, and what is the state of it? So here's a good way. If you want to make sure that everything comes out how you want, good, from the source to the exit, got to make sure that heart, that reservoir, does not get contaminated. So how do you do that? The first step is keeping it full. Yep. Keeping it full. How many people have a dry heart? Oh, y'all don't feel me. You know, that's why somebody said today, they're like, oh, you got this, you got that. I just say, well, some things I'm just full of. But how many things don't get us excited? How many things is just little by little, right? The passion for something. What do you believe in? Even then, it's having a full heart is having your own. And think about the reservoir. You want to keep that reservoir full. That is how you get the water flowing. That's how you make sure it doesn't get contaminated. All it is water. You have to keep your heart full. You have to have something you desire that you're really willing to give everything to. I mean, it could be anything. You know, having a full heart is about having your own in a weird way. It's your own desire. It's your own opinion. It's your own truth, all of that. You could have a very small head. You know that? But if you have a big heart and you keep your heart full, you could do a lot of things. But take the vice versa. You could go take somebody with a very, very small brain, or if they have a big brain and an empty heart, they're not going to wake up with that motivation to do anything. Oh, y'all really don't feel me. Is your heart full? Can you give something to something? Do you take, you know what I'm saying? Do you take delight in something? Do you fill up your heart? That's where you are. Great. Let's find a way to keep it full. What fills it up? What, instead of following people, instead of looking around, whatever it is, how are you going to fill it up to say, this is what I like, this is what I want to do? Instead of waiting for somebody to tell you what to do. Instead of looking at something, because that, again, empty hearts, dry hearts, that's what you see a lot of. That's why they'll fluctuate between what they believe or not. It's just going with whatever it is. So what's the next step? You have to keep it pure. You want to have a full heart, but now you need a pure heart. This one this one's an interesting one, man. It's hard. Hard nowadays, but not impossible. And there's something embedded with it. You know, what does it mean by keeping your heart pure? Let me ask you this, man. What do you take delight in? Has anybody ever asked you that? Like, what do you take delight in? Like, what are the things that you like? You know, do you get happy when you hear PHILO? Like, right? Like when you read the Bible and stuff like that, there's like, you know, in information and getting better. You know what I'm saying? Do you get delight in that? Do you genuinely feel good? Wow, I feel I'm learning. You know, some people take delight in learning. You know, bettering yourself. Okay, what about the reverse? You know, we could all fall victim to this. And that's the problem. Because some of us, the Bible's kind of boring. I didn't always take delight in it. I didn't. Getting better, I didn't take the same delight. When you say, oh, let's go to the gym, let's work out, let's find a way to do this and get better. That didn't sound I did not have internal pleasure from that type of stuff than going out and partying, honestly. I said I'd rather go turn up, to be honest with you. I would do that any day. Because I just genuinely in my heart, I did not take delight in certain things. You know, do you get more delight from a shit post? How about dirty jokes? It's funny. I laughed on the inside. Because I said it's gonna be deep. Someone said, oh, deep throat. Think about that. Some of you are really, really good people. But how many of us like some of these dirty jokes? Right? Some of you are the nicest people. It's funny, man. I'll see some of you. You'll follow me on Instagram. You'll like everything. And I'll see you. You'll have like a beautiful family. And I'll see that name. And I'll be like, that's so weird. He has like pictures of him, his wife, his kids. And I only see the types of jokes. It's weird. But doesn't mean he's a bad person. Doesn't mean you're a bad person if you do. This is not to judge anybody. But it is showing what you take delight in. That's why some of us will delight a video game more. We would rather listen to a funny, bad, dirty joke than something that's like, okay. You know, instead of reading a book, we'd rather read a meme. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it tells you something. You know, think about what entertainment you like. There's a German parable. It's a story. It's originated from the Germans. They said that when they would go and drink this alcohol from the case, but they noticed that even though it was kind of pure, it always tasted like the vessel that it was contained in, right? So it's like putting water into a wooden case. And no matter how sealed it was, the water still tasted like it tasted like what it was being held in. You can't get away from it. Very interesting. That's like your heart. You see, that's why whatever you take delight in, some of us don't realize that some of the stuff in there, we could be good in many, many ways, but these little things in life will highlight what is being contained in it. That's why by nature, a lot of us are going to have more pleasure towards something that is not really like reading a book or discipline. You know, we don't like that. The vessel of our heart is containing it's stored in something else. So that's keeping it pure. How do you keep it pure? Start getting delight in certain things. Or at the very least, be cautious of the things contaminating it. The things you take delight in. It may be little, it may be subtle, you may never notice it, and it's probably not even having that big of an effect on your life, to be honest with you. Is one dirty joke gonna fuck with you? No. It sucks. You hear it in my voice, my language. I would say that's part of the vessel I've contained in my whole life. You know, is it really going to be the game changer? Probably not. But it shows something about it. But if you really want to think about it and how you can make it pure, watch what you take delight in. You want to make a change? Change what you take delight in. Change in what entertains you. Oh, CBOE. Is it halted? Yeah, it's halted. CBOE. That's up to 131. What in the world type of news do they have? But for real, man, it's very important. Keeping it pure. And that's why, man, I finally have been able to put it into logic and words why I appreciate so many of you. And it's that right there. That's where I've seen that some of you have pure hearts. Like, you know what I'm saying? When some of you show love, the way you come in here, the way that you interact with people, you know, the level of, you could say it's respect, appreciation, all of that. But when it's all said and done, it is the difference between a pure heart or not. That's why it's easy to see through some stuff and be like, okay, yeah, you know, it's looking past, we all make our jokes, we all do this, but at the end of the day, there's like a pure heart at it or not. That's why I even say with some of the political stuff, it's like, dude, say whatever you want, man. No one really cares. I don't really care that much. But your heart is reflected in that. You see what I'm saying? Even then, yeah, a lot of people say it's just words, it's not actions. Exactly. So it's not even actions, but your words. Oh, man, that shows a lot about your heart, whether it's meaningful or meaningless. You know, and it goes to the thing, too, you know, keeping your heart full. That's why when you're surrounded, when you see that, and then everybody working together and how some of you guys show love, and in general, I hope I could help fill your heart, give you, it'll at least get you motivated. You know, it goes hand in hand, and these are, now I can put it into words of how much I appreciate it. And I hope you do the same. I love it, man. But focus on keeping that heart pure. CME has approved CBO all-share deal, $16 billion. CME and CBOE. Yeah, CBOE and CME deal. $16 billion all-share deal. I mean, They offer 0.75 for every share of CBOE. So it's like a merger. Yeah, usually this happens. It could bounce, though. You've seen this many, many times. They've already been on the downside already. Damn, they're not even at their 2020 levels. I guess CBOE's on the upside while they've been on the down. That's going to be an interesting one. But, like I'm saying, keep the heart pure. And shout out to all of you, man. For real. And that's why some of you are you take delight in very, very good things. And I hope as you move forward, you make all of these a priority. To keep your heart full. To keep it pure. You know, it's not like a crazy, okay, you're going to go to hell, you're going to get dibba-dabba-dooba. No. I just say guard it, man. That's it. Just watch out. Because whatever starts coming out, that's the container holding things. It may not make the biggest difference, but you'll taste it a little bit. And the more and more it gets contaminated, then it will become more and more apparent. So the first two things, keep it full, keep it pure. Here's the next one. Keep it peaceful. You know, if there's a storm outside, depending on, there could be a storm outside, but it really wouldn't affect the reservoir as much. Depends on how much and how often. But the reservoir is on the inside, right? There could be raining and all of that. That's why you got to protect it all. Because at the very least, even if the storm is around you, if you make sure nothing gets inside of it, that reservoir is going to be good. So honestly, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the whole point of having a peaceful heart, is that it does not matter what is going on outside around you. Can you give it peace? But this is important because there's a lot of good and a lot of bad. I'm saying, can you keep peace in your heart through rich, through poor, accomplishment, failure, every single aspect of life, disappointment, sadness, all of it, both good and bad. A lot of people think it's only bad shit, right? That, oh yeah, I got peaceful when shit's not doing good. No. What about when it's going good? Right? Did your heart remain at peace the first time you made a lot of money? Or did you get a little bit crazy? Right? The first time you did something good or you kept doing better, how did you treat the other people around you? Or better yet, when things were going bad, how did you behave? You see, and it's not really, that's what I'm saying. Think about the reservoir example, right? It starts in the reservoir and it goes from somewhere else. Do you think that, think about it. Why did you act like that? That means it came from your heart. That's why, is the heart at peace? Were you able to keep a baseline when things in life were changing? When things were going on crazy, up and down, good and bad, good and bad, good and bad. You didn't just start acting. People will say it's your ego. People will say it's all this different things. But really think about it. It came from somewhere. What was your heart at peace? Could you just keep it calm? That's the ironic part about this. It's not saying you got to do anything. It's actually not doing anything regardless of what is happening around you. The peace, man. The peace. And it is very interesting when I give you the final conclusion, because the peace part has to do with it. And where you're going to get in, they call Jesus the Prince of Peace. That's why you see that, it's just about no matter what is happening, I'm going to be at peace. That's why for me yesterday, I thank God. A lot of the things I missed out on, a lot of the things I told you I was thinking about some of these houses and I was like, wow, thank God. I could put it to rest in my heart now. Amen. It's done. It doesn't matter. It's just at peace. It does not matter. If you really trust in something, even in this storm, we've already talked about this. But that is a big key. Keep it full. Keep it pure. Keep it peaceful. Now here's the semi-final one. Keep it undivided. Right? If there was like a big lake in like a town, a city, and it branched off into 30 different areas, right? 30 different areas. You would never have one big river. You would have a bunch of little puddles and a bunch of small, weak rivers. That's it. Why? Because it's been divided. You took the big source and divided it. So it's just like your heart. Just like your heart. If you divide it, and you got it going in one place and going the other place, a lot of people, you want to know what it is? It's between the world and God. Trying to play both sides. That's why some people, they like to go in, I'll go in this, I'm going to read this, I'll do this, and then I'm going to go do whatever I want. You got some people trying to, it's the paradox. You know why? Because a lot of people, I think especially in here, because I think I can relate to this one too. Especially in other times in my life, especially as even the result that gets created. You're going to go back and forth between the world and God, the world and God, the world and God. You're trying to please both. You're trying to divide both. So many people, it says it not to do it. It's so funny. It says it so many times. You can't serve both money and God. You know that, right? It said, but so many of us try. And then you know what ends up happening? You don't know what ends up happening? I hate to break it to you. You end up getting despised by both. You fail to please God, and you also fail to please the world. Oh, they both despise you. That's why people will show up to church, then they'll go in, and then they'll hit the club on the weekend, whatever it may be, but then what ends up happening? The people at the church are like, you're not a good Christian. You're not this. You're not that. I don't trust you. You're doing that. Oh, my God. And then he goes back to the world, and they're like, bro, you're at church all the time. You ain't with it. You're this and that. You're the one judge. They think you're judging them, and now both of them despise you. Damn. To me, that just sounds like the result of something that's divided. That is the result of a divided heart. Yeah, see, thank you. So speaking facts, you can't half-ass shit. I know. That's why I really hope you get this. If y'all please don't miss what this means for your life and business and everything else. Because how you divide it is very, very interesting. And if you divide everything, some of you have so much talent, gifts, abilities, all of this. The big mistake you're missing is dividing it too many times. You're never fully giving your heart to something. You're not filling up. The little heart that exists is not even getting filled up because it's getting divided from the source. You got a little bit of here. Some of you are you're a little bit divided to your past love, your broken heart, a little bit to the money and the stuff you want, a little bit to your little lustful pleasure, a little bit. I like a little bit of weed too. Put that in there. A little bit. Oh, I like eating nice things. And let's get a little bit of the. Oh man. You taking that one source in your heart and you just divided it up 50 different ways. And then we feel a certain type of way at the end of it. It's literally trying to walk on both sides of the road at one time. Trying to walk on the sidewalk, then the street. You're on the right side of the road, trying to go to the left side of the road, and then from the left side of the road to the right side of the road. Y'all don't realize it, huh? What does that sound like? Who's the only person who does that? Walks on the right side of the road to the left side of the road, then from the left side of the road to the right side of the road. What does that sound like? There you go. Amen. Jack Sparrow. You're like a drunk pirate. Sounds like you're drunk. The only people who get divided like that, you would have to be drunk. Think about it. How many of your hearts are drunk right now off of being divided? Your heart is literally stumbling left and right, trying to get on both sides of everything and dividing instead of filling it up and focusing it. Damn. So it sucks because I really hope you remember this. And I say it sucks because I thought of a stupid acronym, man. Because I was like, how can I remember this? Because I don't want to forget this. I really don't. I don't want this to be a PHILO here today, gone tomorrow, and get caught up in the daily of life and forget about it. And it's funny because they keep it full, pure, peaceful, and undivided. The sad acronym is FUPP. But I don't think I'll ever forget that. FUPP. Full, undivided, pure, and peaceful. So, yeah, I don't know if you could laugh at it if you want. I mean, I did too. That's why I was like, shit, man. Fuck. But don't ever forget it. And seriously, at any point in your life, I really hope you do. And you guys want the final answer, man? You really want the final answer to make it? And that's what I'm saying. You can't hear this and not go back. And some of you, I hope you do dive deep with it. It's a very, very simple response. How it ends, you got to pacify the heart. But that means it's waging war. You have to be able to smite your heart. That's what David did. When David did something wrong, he literally, that's why you feel guilty sometimes. And some of you may think it's bad, but it's not. You're not supposed to condemn yourself. And don't let it hang there. But some of you, your heart knows when you're not doing, when it's not meeting this standard. That's why you say, yeah. But the heart is crazy, bro. Go read the Bible and go see what it says about the heart. Some of you are underestimating this internal standard equipment that you have. It is insane. Who can really control it? Not too many, if any at all. And that's what this final thing it ends with, man. You really want to get better about this? You really want to fix it? I don't know what it is. Ask God. That's it. You could go ask God today, right now. Yo, pacify my heart. Replace my stone heart and renew it. Give me something new. Ask God, like for real. Like for real, that's it. Because you could try these steps, you could try all of this, and it is important. You could go tie it back to the analogy of the reservoir. But at the end of the day, you got to plug. You got to plug. So I hope you do it. But that is something that was a deep prayer I had. And it was asking God for a new heart, asking God to restore it, asking God to take the stones out of it, but importantly to make sure that my focus is on it. That focusing and making sure that that's what I do. That I don't fail to keep the maintenance up on my heart. As things change and certain things happen and all of that. But literally just making sure I'm aware of it. It's very simple. So, I hope you're excited. There's a lot to it. But FUP. Full, undivided, peaceful, pure. And just the importance of it all. Like really, I hope you realize where it will take you. Because now we're getting to the source. And if that's where you start in your heart, I really hope all of you are filled up and get excited. Excited to do something. Excited to change your life, your family's life, the world, the people around you. Get into it. You know what I'm saying? Come to your own conclusion on something. You're smarter than you think. All you need is that, literally. All you need is that full heart. And take delight in it. Keep it focused on the right thing. Watch out the things trying to pull you out. Or trying to take all of what you got and put it into a contaminated container. Stop dividing it. Stop losing your peace. Your heart isn't at rest. Oh, it's super exciting, man. Because you put all this together, man. And ultimately, you got someone on the backup. But this is the source. So, I'm very excited. I had an awesome prayer. I feel great. I'm like, wow. And I feel even more equipped for the future than ever before, honestly. And that's what I hope you could get from it, too. Some of you said you've gone through certain things right now. You're like, wow, okay, great. You know what to do. Go back, double check it. But I'm telling you, get the heart in check. Go make it pure. Protect that reservoir. And you're going to feel a lot better about what's going to happen next. Because now it changes the whole ball game. So I hope you're ready. And I hope you're excited. And I hope you take that to the bank, ladies and gentlemen. But that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And fup it up, baby. Fup it up. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Ooh. Love it. So I said, so you got heart. That's it. That's all you need. You know that? That's why people say this, and that's why I got so excited today. I said, I'll just boil it down to heart right now. That's it. You can boil anything. Ooh. Don't get me started. Let me get you some uncle so I could go to the bathroom. Mm-hmm. Oh, some of you gonna like this. You gonna like this one. Tell me, man, can you play your position? It's a call, baby. 2020. Please, can you listen? Can you play your position? Have some faith in the vision while you all in your feelings. Everything is all chillin'. I know we all gon' get it. It's a long, long mission. Can you wait? Can you listen? All that talk you gon' miss it. Get a check, stop trippin'. Get a check, stop trippin'. Yeah. This could be a philosophy, a Descartes and a Socrates. I know the truth and fallacies. I've been the abnormality since I was probably 2 or 3. Been getting checks since puberty. The money not eluding me, but actually pursuing me. You was nothing new to me. I seen the haters foolishly try to take the cool from me, but I only conduce the peace, even under scrutiny. My politics is neutrally, common sense is humanly. Coats and communities, I blow and spend it frugally. That sound like opportunity, like long-term health securities. The equities, maturities, what's happening historically. Place me categorically, the media is boring me. Promising the sureties, but that sound like some bull to me. But oh no. Cole, baby. Uncle Answers, all platforms. He loves you. God bless. God bless. Woo! We in there, baby. Fup it up. Fup it up, baby. I love it. Don't ever forget it. Don't ever forget it. I'm telling you, that got me excited. So I hope you're excited too, bro. I hope you're excited too. Oh, still got the long day ahead of us. 5 minutes till the Powell minutes, baby. So we're going to have a lot to go over. You're going to get a little mini equity bump probably. I don't know if they have a market analysis for Fed minutes, actually. Let me check. But that's going to be coming out in 5 minutes. Let's see. Fed meeting minutes. Oh, I got it. Fuck yeah. Dude, this thing has everything. Hell yeah. All right, word. So peep game right here, my friends. So look it's not going to move a lot. So best case scenario, we move 0.2%. Worst case scenario, we move down 0.3. That's one standard deviation. On average, the Fed minutes is like what? 0.09% or something. So it's like a 0.1% move, not even. It's like half of that. So again, if you want to see, here was last minutes. This was the move. The one before that did cause a bigger move. So May's minutes caused a huge drawdown, and then we ended up shooting up. And then April, not too much. Again, I think a lot of them look like this on the upper bound. And then January 2021, the minutes actually did 0.5%, so that's surprising. So again, usually you don't get a move. November on par. October was positive, and then August was negative. So August last year led to a 0.3 move, and this is in the first 30 minutes, okay? The chances the market crashes, so here in the last 12 releases, your biggest move was down 0.5% in the first 30 minutes. So if we want to look at we're going to have, what, an hour? It's going to come out at 11, 12. I think an hour is more appropriate. You've moved 0.6 is the most you've ever moved. So you really do not move at all. So again, that's why I'm saying you have a couple of outliers. So again, I think last May was a big one, but was it June or February or is it July? Which one was the big one? I think right here. This one was crazy. May was a big one. February was light work. January was a big one. And then August. August was still it was 0.25%. So what? 3 out of 12 or 3 out of 9, so about 30% have led 30% of the chance of the time it's led in the last 12 months has led to a move larger than 0.25%. And then if anything, at least only one instance above 0.5%. Some came close, but that was about it. So we'll keep this up here. We'll see how it plays out. We're going to get that release here today. And it's going to come out here in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So do you guys see the nature of it where it's like, okay, we might get a move, but we're probably not going to. And then factor in all of the economic data from this month, but it's not included. And then all of the Fed speeches. So get ready. It's going to move. It's going to move. Afghanistani currency. Ooh. Blue face. What? 5 minutes. I'm sorry. More likely as a situation difference comparison to January. Yes and no, but I do agree with you in the sense that it's not that the situation is different from January, but like any of the other ones that we saw move big, like January, August, April, there was key developments, right? This was the beginning of the inflationary stuff, and then April, you were at the peak of inflation freak out, and then last August was peak of the recovery or the start when things kind of were still at the bottom. So it's kind of where we're at in the recovery stage. I think that's what makes this one a little bit more important. But for the most part, we will see. Is it out? It should have been out. For financial guarantees. Wait for it. It's saying 11, 12, 1, 2. Give him a couple seconds. We haven't got any move. Oh, this looking sketchy as hell, bro. Yo, where is it? Wait for it. It's out. I haven't gotten it yet. It usually just flashes everywhere. Oh, dude, maybe Jerome is smoking a little perp skirp, dude. Like, oh, dude, it's time for the minutes. I forgot, dude. Yeah, where the fucking headlines, dude? Oh, there it is. Publishes minutes of July 27th. There it is. Boom. So here, I'm not going over the report. We know some of the FOMC increasingly nervous. I think this just came out. So they'll give us an update here. All the headlines are coming in. I'm going to go read it myself as well. Let me keep this up. Can I keep this up here for y'all? So I'm going to start reading the minutes myself, but we'll see. Here's your first reaction. Pretty small. Pretty muted, honestly. Watch TLT as well, too. Amazon moved big. Here's the link. CME still getting clapped. Tech bussing. Just scroll to the end and look for the dissenters. None. Oh, what? So that could be good. Nobody dissented. Oh, that's weird. Dude, they're just talking out their ass then. That's crazy. So nobody dissented at all. So imagine all of the Fed speeches that you've heard in the last month. And even though people are saying hawkish, 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 nobody disagreed with anything outlined in the decision. So not one disagreement. Again, it's been like that since March 2020, but that it's not. That was what could have been the only expectation here. We'll see. They'll probably update it here. I'm sure I'm not the only one looking at that. They're talking to talk. I mean, I don't know how that factors into credibility, though, at the end of the day. I'm seeing if there's any other changes. That would be the only thing that could move it. SPY calls. It might go up. We'll see. Ketty, wood, y'all. TLT pop. See, that's what I'm saying. Maybe give it a second here. UUP falling. I don't think there's anything else that was a big change. I mean, they'll probably explain. I want to see if they have anything on the virus. I don't think any mentions of Delta. No, they do. Increased prevalence in new variants, particularly Delta. Delta was mentioned 6 times in the whole meeting, or in the whole minutes. Stronger than anticipated inflation data. Concerns about the spread of Delta weighed somewhat on risk sentiment. We already knew that. They already know, however, the spread of the Delta may be temporarily. The particular findings vary depending on the time employed in the calculation. A few participants remarked that various measures of average were already exceeding and would shortly exceed the committee's 2% target. Yeah, market's going up with it. TLT is rocketing up here a little bit, but it's still not that big of a move. This is still very, very minor. We're getting a lot, but let's check where we're at so far. We're right here, so it's just coming out. That's on the 30 minutes, so. So here's some comments right here. Yields in the dollar dip with stocks popping. Fed saw some tapering decision not linked to rate hike timing. That we already knew from last time. That's what Powell clearly stated. Fed participants felt recent price readings likely temporary. Okay, and then paired with some increases after the release, the dollar erased the gain. So dollar's getting weaker off that. TLT, because this has to relate to, again, I think people are now, timing the what's it called? I think people are a little bit more worried about the fact that I think what I just said, I'm more worried that nobody dissented now. It brings up, it's a very weird, honestly. It's a flight to safety, or it could be kind of bond vigilante with people disagreeing, essentially. You see what I'm saying? Where right away, if nobody dissented, everything else is pretty much the same. Nothing was crazy. So I think the bonds could be reacting to that in the sense that they're disagreeing, but give it some time here. I mean, this is a pretty muted move, but we'll wait. And then nothing changed with the virus situation. Again, the price reading's temporary. They did address that. Even Powell addressed the whole inflation above 2 and the average targets. Bonds is showing some, I think, I wouldn't call it fear as much as I would call it disagreement, where now they're starting to see, because that looks like the Fed is kind of complacent, or this is my opinion, and that's why I could be totally wrong on this, but it just seems like the credibility right there it's like, think about how many hawkish Fed people you've heard, but then when it comes to the meeting and in paper on writing, nobody was really hawkish. They all still agreed on everything unanimously, right? That's like all of us arguing arguing and then going and making our own speeches and doing all this. And then when it comes down to our voting, we all voted in the same direction. Manipulate. Holding the line, yeah. But it's not too big just yet. I mean, again, I think this move is pretty small. And like we already kind of discussed here, it shouldn't be that big of a move in general. Where is the August? I don't see the August. 5 minutes. Where is August? I don't know why this isn't coming in. Today's August 18th. It's not showing me the August. Yeah, it's still digesting, though. Nail biter till Jackson Hole. I agree 100%. We'll see. If bonds don't go too crazy, it seems like bonds are just actually trading with S&P. That's the only thing I could be nitpicky about was just that. Interesting debate on tapering. There was a hawkish contingent that included some of the FOMC, more than a few. Some participants suggested that it would be prudent for the committee to prepare for starting to reduce the pace of assets relatively soon in light of the risk that recent high inflation readings could be more persistent. They had anticipated, Troy already posted this, to start reducing asset purchases would most likely enable additions to securities to be concluded before the committee judged it appropriate to raise the federal funds rate. It's still, that's like the only type of dissent where they mentioned people kind of disagreed, but you didn't get a dissenting vote. Some were worried about crypto trading risks. Come on. You mean just tax it? We're still negative, but way off the lows. Gold is a bit higher. Bonds are chilling out. You're right back up to view. It's kind of a non-event for now, but we still got 2 hours left here. I think this is going to take a lot of digestion. I think you're even getting a shock reaction. Not like the stocks are moving, but I think the market's trying to digest this while they're trying to figure out everything we've seen over the last month, and then now pricing in, pricing in young Jackson Hole. They only mentioned they mentioned Delta 6 times on the report. Our main story, Federal Reserve officials widely concluded that they had attained their inflation goal. We already learned that last time. While still needing progress on their unemployment, the record of their July meeting showed substantial further profit maximum had not been met yet. The minutes said at the same time, most participants remarked the standard had been achieved with respect to price stability. So that's it. It's the same exact. It's what was communicated last time on the meetings, but Jackson Hole is definitely, again, and that's next week, but the little thing I'm picking out of it, that's why I say I think I'm being nitpicky about it, but I do think at this point in the stage, there hasn't been one dissenting opinion, but they did mention opposing views, but nobody voted in their opposing view. Fed, most judge tapering this year could be appropriate. Conditional. That's what they said. Most tapering could be appropriate. More headlines. Several would change views if Delta is worse than expected. So that's what they said. Again, we talked about this on the watch list yesterday. If there's a dramatic change in the Delta situation, that could start to play in. Some said prudent to prepare for the taper relatively soon. A few others saw possibility no taper for some time. Several saw risk of reemergence of downward price pressure. Most judged tapering this year could be appropriate. Could be, keyword. But even in general, all of this being said, this is where I'm starting to get a little suspicious, more or less, where you have all these difference of views, but not one person is voting in dissenting. I guess there's nothing to dissent or change. Juniper Pop. That means they're still talking about what they want to do, but nobody is ready to vote for a different action, essentially. Vodafone, it got picked up, I believe, by Third Point or a couple people. I'm not really too interested in it, but a lot of people are viewing it as a as a communication play with a lot of upside if you could change some things. Yeah, no Powell live. Nursing homes must vaccinate staff for federal funds. May really push in a new booster shot. Spies dropping now. Hold on. CNBC put out that taper. The headline on CNBC is saying that preparing for taper this year. Market might be responding to that. That's what I was saying. It was a weird move right there. That's what I was like. It's like I think we're still in a shock type of view. I think CNBC is taking the more negative headlines. The way I read this guidance is that substantial further progress is exceeded by the FOMC to be achieved by the end of the year. That would imply a formal decision to taper bond buying in the December meeting. Doesn't necessarily mean tapering would start. The line about most participants thinking conditions tapering will be met, Steve mentioned, fits the consensus expectation. The market impact from the minutes should be limited. So again, I think CNBC just took a negative approach, but again, you're reading it here. These are all separate analysts from all over the world. And they're not, I mean, I'm not even, let's see. Why won't it give me the fucking result, dude? Did it just disappear? Oof, you're dropping big now. XLF again. I mean, XLF will have to do with, no, XLF could drop. No, XLF's holding up way too good. Check XLV. Healthcare. That's crazy. That has to do. Is that all because of CNBC? Because I'm not getting that attitude from anybody else right now. Let's see. I want to see who's talking on it. The headline, some said, I think that headline just comes off bad. It's just the headline, but then it's same headline on Bloomberg. Several saw risks of price reemergence, saw prudent to taper relatively soon. Let's see what they have to say to this drop. Stocks are turning around with the S&P. NASDAQ is now lower than it was. There it is. I have to refresh it. So this is where we are right now in the first 30 minutes. Oh, why does it keep doing that? Why is it right when I change it? It's updating really weird. So again, not too big of a move just yet. Signal risk that long-term inflation might be moving up above levels. Nah, we're waiting a little bit. I don't think there's anything crazy just yet. I'm not making any plays. They ain't talking about it. I have Bloomberg up. Let's see.
The first quarterly reports that we'll get since they IPO'd, they've benefited from the rise of this retail trader, so to speak.
Yeah, they've benefited a lot from it, I guess.
They're literally just talking about GameStop and AMC on Bloomberg. That's what I'm saying. They're not, dude, everybody just went right ahead of this. They're talking about Robinhood earnings.
For online retail investors, the guy has a wealth of experience here.
Classic. SPY keeps coming down here. That's so weird. Look at this. The response is saying it's positive so far. Let this thing update. Is this a joke? This might be delayed a little bit. Yeah, and then you have the option expiry too. I forgot. This is Friday. Or Dogan says Turkey ready for cooperation in Afghanistan. That's not good for NATO. So minutes show change in emphasis on MBS tapering. Looks like there's a change in tone of the question of whether taper MBS buying early. In June, it sounded like there was growing consensus in doing MBS first, but now it reads like it's not the case at all. The language in both cases is similar. By shifting the order around, there's a change in emphasis. From several participants saw benefits in June to most participants remarked that they saw them in June. So a couple of key verbiage changes, nothing else too crazy. The debate on tapering centered entirely on employment in the committee's reading of progress. All participants judge that the economy has met the inflation part of the metric. Substantial further progress. Now stocks are turning. This is what I just read you here. Looks like there's a change in some question of whether to taper bond. I don't think that would cause that, though. Maybe people are doubting. It could be people doubting the employment situation. What happened? I think people got spooked by the CNBC headline that said that the Fed could taper by the end of this year. But again, for the most part, every single thing was listed last month. So there was nothing in the minutes that gave us anything new. The only like I said, credibility. But look, the bonds stopped moving. So this is kind of like on Monday where the bonds stopped moving. It's now bringing up this aspect of I thought initially it could be what's it called? Bond vigilantes, in the sense of people more worried about not dissenting, but that's it. Yes, the FOMC is 3 weeks old. This is from the last Fed meeting. So this does not account for the recent CPI, PCI, or employment data. Overreaction? I think so. But I don't even think it's a big reaction. It looks big because today was small. I think it's kind of in line. I mean, our market impact is being weird right now. But I'm sure I don't think this is anything like it seems like it's big, but there's nothing that really brought about something too big, if that makes sense. I think the market might go around a little bit, but that's it. And then back to the question, yeah, it is 3 weeks old. So it's just like the minutes. Like if you have like a nonprofit, or if you have a board and anything else that you do, if you have certain quarterly meetings, you have somebody documenting everything, right? I forget what's the term called. I forgot what the term is. But what you end up doing is you have somebody writing down every single thing of what you discussed, how you came to the decision, all of that. The stenographer, is it secretary? I don't know. It's one of those. But that's what this is, the recorder. It's recorder or stenographer? I think it's recorder. Pledge scribe also works. Just like in court. Like if you ever see like court cases, there's somebody documenting and transcribing essentially what happened. That's what this is. So the Fed FOMC you got last month, the report that you got today is how they came to the decision the day before and what happened in the meetings. So that's why it is old. That's why I'm saying nothing was new. Nothing in this, but we wanted to see how they came to the decision. That's why, yes, the historian, that's it. The historian's job is that. So that's why it's saying, they discussed everything already. We were just looking to see how they came to the decision and some of the logic and reasoning behind last month's report. So nothing was new in it. It did not surprise anybody. Like I was saying, you see it. Even most of the analysts are kind of fishing for something, but this whole tapering, inflation goals, employment, all of that was listed 3-4 weeks ago. Sounds like confirmation. It is, and the thing is, though, I think it's bullshit. I hate to say it. I trust the Fed a little bit less. Obviously, I have to wait another month now, but the fact that they all had such differing opinions and nobody there's not one dissent on there. It just seems very like farce. It seems like a show. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just crazy that we, think about how many hawkish Fed comments we responded to of me. I document all of them in the fucking watch list. That's why I'm like, okay, this person was hawkish. This person was hawkish. This person was hawkish. This one was bullet, or this one was dovish, right? And then now we go to see what happened behind the scenes. They really weren't, it doesn't seem like they had really divergence in their opinions. It means they all agreed to it. He said some were like this, most are like this. Like it said with the mortgage bonds, they're switching up the words. They're using more broad. It could, and I understand why they would do that, to keep it broad and keep it flexible. But then how rigid they were in some of their speeches, and they do it for quote unquote transparency. It seems a little sus. But I cannot make that judgment till next month, because now when we get the next minutes, if I don't see a dissent, that confirms my opinion. They fly under the scope. Yeah, well, even then, though, I mean, these guys who are adding to this live blog, these are some very, I respect a lot of them. They're very, very good on it. A lot of them, I know Cameron Christ is in there. If there's Ira Jersey, he's fucking ill with the bonds. He's like an old, bro. He's like an old, like 60-year-old, like white dude, bro. And this guy, I love him with the bonds. He's ill, bro. He's like LaMelo with the bonds. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, dude, these guys. But they're smart. But a lot of people, that's what I'm saying. Nobody really even commented. This was a non-reaction. Even the first, you saw it here, the first reaction, everyone said this is a non-reaction. And then that headline came in. We talked about the dissents in the morning, and then now we're seeing it. And you can even see the bonds are kind of frozen here. I think it's interesting. I mean, I think this is a mini overreaction. I also think it's not even a real big reaction at all. And I also think we could be prone to overreacting, where it just puts us in the same space. And then now it all falls back on Jackson Hole next week again, which was already expected for the most part. So pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Let's see. Yeah, it started to come down, but that's what I'm saying. It's not a big reaction. Look at this. It falls in line. Here was July's meeting. We're moving a little bit downward faster. July's meeting had an uptrend for a little bit longer. But, again, it's not as volatile as this. We'll see, though. As you can see here in the next 30 minutes, next hour, almost anything can happen, right? But usually that first jump kind of tells you something, and we've gotten away from it. I don't think it's going to be that insane. And then we just have to let everybody digest this. But some stuff is it's getting interpreted as some people. The headline got negative on that CNBC one. So taper, yeah. So headlines coming in show tapering support, but split over timing amid Delta spread. Yeah, we looked. The consumer sentiment last week was awful, and I think that's factored in. Now look, bonds are starting to move. It looks like they're lagging behind S&P right now. Let's see. Stocks have hit session lows across the board with taper in sight. Only consumer discretionary stocks in the green. VIX has now crossed an 18 handle with yields and the dollar remain under pressure but have paired their initial move. Fed remains divided on their assessment of inflation and risk management. Consensus hasn't been reached at July meeting. So there is, again, no consensus has been met, but they all fucking agree. It seems September would be too soon for the Fed to announce tape. So this could be it too. Some people might start changing their opinions here. We went over mortgage-backed securities. Here's your reaction, everything. Here are the keys. Saw some tapering not linked to rate hiking. Most officials concluded they reached inflation goal. Minutes imply formal decision to taper bond buying by December meeting. Treasury yields, dollar stocks falls, and then gold gains. So this is just the summary so far. There's no other main points, and everything was already discussed. So I think we'll chill out here for a little bit. It might end up going up here again if we get a nice breakthrough VWAP. But just watch bonds, dollar, and then even gold. But it is it really doesn't change us at the end of the day. Like, it just makes us what's it called? It just puts us in the same spot we were in yesterday, and then it gives us a couple more questions to ask in the next coming weeks. No way they taper. Well, did New Zealand cut? I don't know. That was a gem on the watch list. I hope you guys got that one yesterday. Because if New Zealand... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, New Zealand didn't cut. No, they didn't. Oh. So there you go. That's your leader. That's your lead. That's your secret leading indicator. Because up until New Zealand lockdown yesterday, right? But based on their Fed, their central bank, and what they said, everybody was expected for New Zealand to cut rates or to raise rates, excuse me. So they were supposed to taper. New Zealand today was supposed to taper, but then they got Delta fears over one case, I know, which is wild. But that was supposed to be your example. Does that make sense? Why? Because think about it. We're supposed to raise rate, or we're supposed to start tapering, but now we're running into this. That's kind of a Euro leader there. Again, New Zealand's influence are obviously the Fed. The Fed influences everybody else, but the New Zealand thing is one of those expectation things occurring. What's the tin on that? It's not tin. It's just an example. So, like, you literally had one central bank lead into tapering, and then they had a Delta issue, and they locked down, and everybody, even yesterday, I said it on you could watch yesterday's watch list, most analysts were still expecting them to raise rates, but they didn't. So that right there is showing you that you're kind of that was this morning though. I didn't follow up with it. I would doubt the taper now, low key. Yeah, and everybody's saying that tapering in a couple months. I think, where's Joshua Moore? He might be a little bit more right today off that. I would give that 1 point towards not tapering. It's a small example, though. I don't want to give it too much. Again, the U.S. leads central bank policy, not fucking New Zealand. You know what I'm saying? But they are still important. Can you do that, though? Lock down, then raise rates? Well, that's what we were going to see. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see if today, if they did do it, then if they did end up doing it, that would be the example. But now the example that we have seen is their central banks will hesitate to change plans that they fully guided into under the logic or reasoning of a lockdown. Yeah, Germany, I don't know if Germany was designed. I need to check the expectations on Germany. So what's his name is wrong? Does Burry think they're going to taper or no? No, TLT might. Yeah, Burry might be wrong. Low key. No, because if Burry thinks rates are going to go high, if rates go down because they're not going to taper, rates will go down if they back out from tapering. He might be. It's still too early. It's too early to judge, but that is, again, after this now, we're back at VWAP, but then factoring in some of everything going on right now, it just got interesting. Doves camping for caution. FOMC seems largely to see in inflation over the past few months, which is not a change. FOMC participants attributed the increase to supply constraints in product and labor and surge in consumer demand and economy reopen. Some participants, sounds like less than half, noted the measures of longer term were viewed as broadly consistent with the Fed's objectives. Rates going to 0. Well, I think anybody who believes tapering isn't going to happen, your best evidence right now is New Zealand, without a doubt. And that's why it's interesting now, because think about it. What was the headline on scene? What's the headline going around right now? They're saying it looks like we're going to taper, but then it's all if we get a weird shift with Delta, then it might derail that, and that might be the but then I don't know what that would do to credibility. Powell better dip. I don't know if Powell's going to stay through this. They feed off of our rates. That's the only problem, is that they're not, again, New Zealand's not a leader, right? Even though New Zealand's population is much smaller. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the counter argument to that, is that New Zealand is fucking New Zealand. You know what I'm saying? It's not United States of America. It's not a leader. It's not a big global trade partner. All of that. CME Group denies report of a bid for CBOE. Yo, CBOE, CME, false. They deny it. CME's popping off that. Don't get tricked on those calls. The spreads are insane. Don't get tricked on those. If you're looking to get the bounce on CME, the premiums are higher than before everything. Be careful on that. So they denied it. Tesla's on the high. Who's moving it? How's it start? It's the computers. That's just computers, and then nobody's buying it. They widen the spreads. So when you're uncertain, you widen your price spread. That's it. In times of uncertainty, you raise prices to factor in for any potential changes. So if the stock goes from down 5% to up 2% in 1 minute, that nobody needs to buy it, but then they're going to widen all the spreads. Even the stock, it could be computer, algorithms. Oh, dude, when the algos hit the fib, dude. So, like, if you're familiar with the Fibonacci, dude, once the, like, circles start circling, dude, and they're like, oh, dude, fucking they denied a bid, dude. The computer's like, okay, dude, and then, like, clicks a couple buttons, dude, and then he's just like, oh, dude, you gotta buy the dip on the fib, dude. I was like, and then you get a little perp script, dude. You know what I'm saying? A little bit for dinner. You get a little bit for dinner, for lunchtime. Wall Street goes to lunch, dude. They perp skirp, and then they come back. And then they're like, oh, let's go for dinner, dude. And then they do it. And then, like, while you're walking around, you start fibbing, dude. It's like, there's a lot going on, And then the Fed's like, Jerome. I'm like, Jerome, dude. Jerome's like, do you fib? I'm like, yeah, dude. Of course I fucking fib, dude. And I'm like, let me get some, dude. And then Jerome's like, nah, dude, we're not going to taper. And I'm like, dude, what are you going to do? Like, just let's fib it around, It's simple hydraulics, dude. Very, very simple. I fup with the fib. Yeah, dude, I was like, yo, pass the script, Jerome Rum. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude, of course I fib. Who doesn't fib, dude? Oh, dude, that's not cool, man. He's like, this is the most retarded trading channel, bro. I'm like showing you like market analysis, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm showing you like, what the fuck? What do you mean, dude? We got like everything for you, And like, we got all this. Like, you want me to fucking scream like AMC, dude? Like, you want me to talk about GME, dude? A little bit of perp skirp fib, dude. Come on, man. Yeah, man. You sound like somebody's not fibbing over there. You know, you got a little, you know, like the people who are like, oh, I fib. You don't fib, dude. Yeah, man, you're lying about the skirp, dude. Yeah, let's just chill. Oh, yeah, you're fibbing on fibbing, dude. Totally don't. This guy's a narc, dude. Don't trust him. I'm gonna go fib right now. Nazi, dude, it's tubular, dude. Dude, nah, like, that's like tubular. You know, nah, like, we could take it to a different realm. It's different. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you gotta ride the wave. Enjoy it. Oh, what's this, dude? Oh, yeah. You know? So, like, just chill, man. Some of you got real bad vibes. You know, your vibes are off a little bit. It's okay. Don't worry about it. But, like, sometimes you gotta just catch it, you know? Catch a vibe. Catch a vibe. Shit, man. You say Stone Nigel? Would you allow me to give you some criticism rather than lie to you? Yeah, in a little bit. I'll tell you when. I'll let you know. Just wait for a sec. Just wait. I'll let you know in a second. Who's at my house? Why are you asking so many questions? Huh? Who do you work for? I feel like I'm in a scene of Charlie's Angels. Who do you work for? Who do you work for? Who sent you? Who sent you? Damn, where'd you find this one? Next, all right, we're chilling out now, though. Again, first hour response. I think even 30. It's been 30 minutes, right? Ooh, so that was your it did end up being bigger. Again, I didn't think it was that big, but we did touch as much as 0.3. So this was it was just like this looks just like May. So here's your trajectory. Interesting. The best thing since wrestling. Ooh, this is an interest. So I think this ECMI is coming in delayed today for some reason. So now we got the move. So this is 0.3. This is a little bigger than in the past. So let's see here a little bit. Yeah, Powell does not speak today. L3 Harris Bez, $96 million contract from West Cam. Day's silence for Powell. I mean, Powell's interesting yesterday. He was trying so hard not to say anything, and then analysts were trying so hard to have him say anything. Let's see. We're coming back down. I mean, it's 11:41, 20 minutes till power hour. Every index except NASDAQ is down. Or actually, Russell is up. Russell's up a lot. Small caps. Yes, no Powell today. Ooh, this is some good tin. Business Insider. A Chinese satellite seems to have collided with a piece of Russian rocket in March. The first big space crash in a decade. The last big space collision was in 2009. Downing. Oil futures decline. Let's see. We're coming back down here. Be patient. Be patient. Be happening any moment. Oil at 65. We're hitting the danger zone there if it starts dropping. I see the Taliban vibing to Drake song. I did not. I'm not subscribed to the Taliban, unfortunately. Y'all keep getting all these updates. I just saw the plane video. I said, I don't know. Y'all, some of y'all follow the Taliban on Twitter and shit. Y'all in there. I'm sure it's dope. I saw them in the gym. That was the only one. I was like, man. Then I got disappointed in everybody not going to the gym. So I was like, how you going to let the Taliban work out before you? That's crazy. Yeah, I saw him. That's crazy. I'm going to judge y'all. I'm going to judge some of y'all. We're reacting to the Fed minutes, and it's actually a bigger reaction than normal, but there wasn't that much information. So this is on the bounce here as we're coming down. My ECMI is delayed right now. But we're probably around here back to 0.10. Yeah, you're 0.2 on the SPY. So it's actually shaping up to get interesting here. But if we bounce in, if the next 20 minutes, we're either going to hit another low. If it hits the other low, it'll be a very, very bad response. But if we could hit a low and bounce, or if we bounce right here, it could end up being very, very bullish. We'll see. Not the overall report, but I'm just based off of historical market moves here. So very technical. Kabul airport tonight. Why does that? What, Jimmy Kimmel is in Afghanistan? That's what it sounds like. Kabul airport tonight with Abdul. They start making jokes. I'm going to be like, yeah, this is crazy. My sister's account looking decent. I think we got up $1.20. I told her, I was like, you sleeping on this. She gonna retire soon. You know what I'm saying? That's $1. That's a 0.24% gain. Ooh. So we're coming back down here. Let's see if there's any more updates. Catherine Judge, economist at CIBC Capital, sees the potential for hints about tapering decision coming out in September meeting. That would give plenty of advance notice. Overall, participants committing to provide advance guidance of tapering and solid employment report received since the meeting. The September meeting is likely to set the stage for tapering. So the markets, the real issue is when the Fed will raise. For the Fed, the challenge is delinking the tapering and interest rate hikes. Manager of the Fed's Open noted that market participants were beginning to focus on potential effects of changes in Treasury's general account at the Fed and Treasury bill issuance over the coming months with the debt ceiling. Manager noted if a number of counterparties reached the per counterparty limit at the overnight reverse repo or downward pressure on overnight rates emerged, it may become appropriate to lift the limit. There's also discussion among members about standing repo facilities. There were 6 mentions of Delta variant in the minutes that we already told you that. That was the first thing I looked for. Indication that the FOMC was quite focused on uncertainty that still exists. Odd tidbit, FOMC in July admitted to specify substantial further progress was needed. It only flagged that it had been the commitment and that progress had been made. In press conference, Powell did reuse the previous language, but for a little bit, we thought they'd purposefully altered the guidance. Not seeing any explanation in today's minutes for the tweak in the statement language. Coming back down, it's starting to get a little bit bigger here. Anything below like 0.25% on the SPY 0.3, you start to historically hit some of the bigger responses here. So you are in orange. So right now, that was the bounce. We've came right back down, so we're probably right back here. I think, yeah, about 0.25%. So it's only, what, 1, 2, 3 responses in the last 9. Again, that 30% we talked about, it's coming back down. So this is a very this is it. You're kind of this is a more confusing one. We're kind of on the cusp of you see how you're right. You could do anything right now. This could either be a good response or a bad response, or it's going to end up being average. Oh man. Very average. Not good enough to unload, especially with Jackson Hole next week. And then the headlines coming in. Fed minutes show most officials see tapering starting this year. But we already discussed this. Isn't our debt connected with China? To a degree, that's something I think a lot of people are overlooking. The debt ceiling is it's coming in quick. Potentially, we could run out of money next month. Some people are saying October, but crazy. Jackson Hole, I'm expecting the market to free up some movement unless anything else happens. Josh, tell me what's around you. I'm not playing this game. This one's weird. I'm in my room, man. I'm in my room. Just chilling, bro. Just chilling. Oh, I have bubble wrap. I got an Amazon package. And then I kept the bubble wrap near my desk so I could play with it. I got that. It's very satisfying. That's how you knew this was like an event in our house back in the day when we didn't really have toys. Our parents would give us bubble wrap. Oh my God. We would go ape shit over bubble wrap. It's crazy. Like we really did though. Like I'm telling you. It was just like, that was the life. The debt ceiling is the limit on debt after they had they decided to suspend it in 2018 or 2019. But now that they have to agree to either suspend the limit again or agree on a new limit for the debt ceiling. Otherwise, if they don't do that in the next coming months, then the U.S. cannot borrow any more money, and it would lead to extraordinary measures. We'd have to cut certain payments, stop. Some people are even saying default on bonds or a technical default. Trick question, the cult is around you. Josh, look behind you. I see myself. I have a mirror. Yeah, I look damn good, bro. That gym been paying off. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing with me. If technically DOW go to 0, no, it would have an effect. Josh, look in front of you. I see you. Biden will require nursing home staff to be vaccinated against COVID. Bro, I think the game is heating up right now, man. I think we know what we got to look for. I think it's either Delta escalating or whatever Powell says, right? I think it's just clear one or the other. And then, again, you have some of these other factors, but I think it's getting to the point where it's like you're getting a lot of different things, and even the taper thing. China escalation, I'm factoring it in as part of the Delta, believe it or not, because they did the same thing. They closed down a fucking shipping port over one case. New Zealand did it over one, and if that sets the precedent for the other side of the world, it will lead into here. Or again, like I said, even if we don't close down anything, you will have you will still have this. You will still have a negative such situation. So it's Delta in a weird way. But if that situation dramatically affects other countries, that's going to start hitting us. Big ups. Well, God bless you, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Let me know. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, all day. So hopefully we see you whenever you're free, man. Just whenever you're free, man. Get a long term. Same with all the mandates, his inability to participate in the economy. When in common sense say the market would clap or would rocket. Yes and no, but the economic data would have to show it, right? So you could still spend money, and it's how it really develops. Everything is still early on. New Zealand just wants attention. Crowd pop. It is. You trade off the terminal. I can trade off of it. I just haven't linked any accounts to it. I don't like the platform for trading. I like what I have, but I do use it for information. Use the bubble wrap. Now, look, y'all smart as hell. Has it almost been an hour? It hasn't even been an hour since the release, almost. Ooh, 6 hours. I mean, tomorrow. Uh-oh. Where the fuck is the orange one? It's not going to 6. So tomorrow's going to be a bigger day for sure. Tomorrow's definitely going to be a bigger day. Again, we're still moving on the average right now. You see how it's came down a little bit? So we're right in average for now. Crude falls 65 a barrel for the first time since May. This chart is showing you the market response. So how the S&P 500, how much it's moved following a Fed minutes release on time frames. And then all these other lines are showing you the other responses. So kind of looks like this green one. Which one? I don't even know which one the green was. Green is November. Yeah. This is us right now. Young orange right there. And so it's pretty chill. Tomorrow's probably going to be a bigger day. Which direction, we do not know yet. And then you have the Friday expiration. The 6 hour, you got to get more data in here. It hasn't even been an hour, you know what I'm saying? So it's a 6 hour, I think it goes by 1 hour increments. So that's why the data is not showing up. $10-year up, oil down. I think oil is a secondary key I'd be watching. Again, first time we've been at 65 since meh. Oh, first time live, Mr. Shalom. Picked up several semiconductor long calls last week as they started falling. I completely effed. If I could ask that here, watch your vid. So none of it's a recommendation. Options trading Shalom. Again, lose the most financial reason, lose the financial rise, occasion, or purpose, only thing of all day. But I said this on the watch list. The semis have been clapped in the last week or so, or 2 weeks. It's been one of their worst drops since 2018. Kind of highlights the overall, economy, global economy. The chip makers are really showing a lot, but there was a buy signal on the chip makers a couple days ago, just because they've sold off so much that it's pretty much entering the oversold portion. So I don't think you're screwed. I think it's a decent play, but again, you have Powell, Jackson Hole, and then everything going on with Delta right now. Those are going to be the only things that are going to affect you. So I think the external forces are going to be a little bit weird on that trade. But, I mean, if you did buy them during the middle of this dip here, or if you did get them at a more of a low, I think the odds are in your favor if you have time. That's why, like, if you bought an August 20th or a next week option and you need that call, it's probably going to get clapped a little bit. But if there is time, I think you'll be pretty decent. So I think he bought options, though, not shares. But I talked about it on one of the watch lists. There is people talking, like, again, it was a very big buy signal on some of them just because they dropped so much. January 20, oh, yeah, you're straight. Yeah, you'll be good. But again, that's what I'm saying. We can't control the external factors, right? So if Delta gets worse or there's more other lockdowns, the China supply situation gets worse, anything like that, it won't be that good. But, taking advantage of a 10%, 15% drop, at least that has actually corrected relative to the overall market. You have more of the odds in your favor. What did you buy? Did you buy the SOX index, or did you buy the what's it called? Did you buy the SOX, or did you buy like AMD or something? Well, that's what the index went from 470 to 440. So yeah, that's almost 10% right there. SMH, why are you shaking your head? Or is that what are they saying to me? The Van Eck ETF. Oh, is this levered? SMH. I thought you guys were like shaking your head at ETFs. I was like, what? Would I say something? I'm sorry. Said SMH. Stop. Why do they all got stupid abbreviations for all the semiconductors? It's like SOX and SMH. What the? All right, word. The minute key points was a lot of what we already had. I mean, it's summarized here. I don't think anything. Fed minutes saw some tapering not linked to rate hike timing. Most officials conclude they reached their inflation goal. Minutes imply formal decision to taper bond buying by December meeting. Treasury yields, dollars, and stocks fall. Gold rises. Oh, here it is. Here's your actually right here. It's over now. A lot of people, after it's been 1 hour or so, they're not going to be looking at it, but they're saying the key takeaways: timetable of the Fed to taper purchases seems to be taking shape. Most FOMC participants expect the U.S. economy to make enough progress this year to meet substantial further progress goal. Needed to slow purchases. The timetable seems to suggest the bulk of the committee has patience, in contrast to a number of Fed presidents who have urged the taper decision as soon as September. Amen. Thank you. The minutes do not seem to set a taper as early as next month. Officials widely concluded that they had attained their inflation goal while needing progress on their employment mandate in order to taper. On inflation, the consensus continues to see a surge in prices over the past few months is temporary, caused by supply issues and the economy reopening. The debate on mortgage-backed securities seems to have been won by those who favor reductions proportionately for MBS and treasuries at the same time. This continues. The committee stressed that the asset purchases should be viewed separately from rate hikes. That is, even after the taper begins, there is not any near-term pressure to raise rates. It's an important caveat in the ongoing discussion on removing monetary stimulants is the Delta variant. The committee is watching the COVID-19 pandemic carefully and continues to unfold, is wary of downside risks that still exist. Many participants were bothered by slowing progress on vaccinations and possible barrier to the economy. Taper timeline in the minutes is well within the consensus of Wall Street economists. Stocks fell on the wake of the minutes, and the yield on the 10-year was little changed. So there you go, baby. Taper in this context is reducing bond buying purchases. So for the Fed to stop adding bonds and letting the bond market start to fluctuate normally, and then cut the tapering to the mortgage-backed securities, it is not liftoff in raising rates. That's what they said. That's what they want to make clear. So SPY coming down. I was like, what is that? So 1 hour, we're right on average here. This is right on average. Almost been an hour. What time? When did it get released? 14:02. Yeah, so I think this is 15 minutes behind today. Measure P. We're probably what? Probably right here at 0.2. Interesting response, but it does meet the lower end response for now. The average last month it moved. Last month we were up 0.10. It was a way different response. And then May was bad. May was volatile as hell. Kind of like today, honestly. You could kind of see it. But we had a faster drop down or a slower one. But they had a way bigger bounce up. So quite interesting. Was it not good or good for MBSs? There's nothing good or bad. They're just talking about tapering it, tapering the purchases and the difference between tapering normal bonds and then mortgage-backed securities. It probably, I don't know if it would be good or bad for, I don't think a taper would be good for Arquite and UWMC because the Fed is buying a ton of bonds, of mortgage bonds. So it's allowing them to, you have a buyer in the game. Anyone like Myrna? It could be good. Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? Why are you shorting bank stocks if the rates only go up? Because if they taper, rates would go up. But now, even what I'm saying, if they don't taper, it will be there. And I'm really looking at it as a cheap premium play, in the sense that the banks do have exposure to it. They could misstep a little bit, but the fact is they are it's the cheapest premium because they've outpaced everybody. But then I'm also looking at even what I said with New Zealand. Surprisingly, that Bank of the XLF play would cover that. So if they end up, If they end up, or if the rates go down, it will pretty much reverse. I mean, here you go. I'll show you. Do you see what I see? See, the banks haven't moved as much. Essentially, banks were back here last time. Last time the bonds were up here, the XLF and bank stocks were a lot lower. So that you're getting a divergence there, and that's why if TLT starts going up again, the bank stocks theoretically should come down. I mean, again, look at what the XLF, you could kind of see it. TLT shot up. Again, TLT started coming down. Banks got the rally, but the banks have been going up pretty good as the rates started to raise. But them going down isn't going to be as good for them. But that New Zealand thing has my attention. I low-key think that's the biggest hidden gem right now in the market that nobody would care about, but then it makes sense why they wouldn't care about it because New Zealand is small. You're betting on, the XLF play has nothing to do with rates. If anything, I'm more so getting exposure to any downside for cheap in the middle of a lot of this stuff we have going on, and now entering a key period from September to the end of the year with all of the taper, recovery, and now potential, other lockdowns from overseas. I see. Oh, I don't know. Wait, when did Powell cut rates? In 2019? Didn't he cut rates in 2019? That was the first taper, right? Mm-hmm. Or was it June? June and then leading into August. Was it March 14th? Let me double check. You say he's been 87 years? I know August 2019, that's when we hit the first TLT, but was that the first time he didn't slip any time before then? I want to make sure because I think I could see something. Yeah, August 29, March. That's the timeline. So he didn't do anything in March, did he? No. March 2019. Hey, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna get it. The spy's coming down. I gotta just search a little bit. Yeah, first cut was July. Are you ready? I think it might be New Zealand. Because here's New Zealand's rates. New Zealand led the way. New Zealand's cut in March, right? So they cut before us. Then they cut again June 26th before the August one. And then we cut in August. So we matched up with them. And then would you look at that? They cut in February during Corona before the United States, before even our emergency cut. Unless, what's the asterisk? Yeah, 1.5. So we cut August. We kept it there. Yeah, we cut March 3rd. Yeah, New Zealand's the leader. In a weird way. It could be, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to do that, but they have led. Interesting. The best thing since wrestling. Too many tabs created? The fucking kind of shit is this? You see, am I? Pentagon Live. There's Pentagon or the State Department. Which one do you guys want? I got Pentagon Live or I got State Department Live. Which one do you go to? Pentagon. Pentagon sounds more official. Oh, this dude looks scary, dude. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, U.S. military, bro, like, you got some tough mother effers, man. Like, this dude been killing people his whole life, honestly. It's just kind of scary. Like, look at it. Like, I wouldn't want, like, I feel like if I ran into him, he would just not. I wouldn't want it. You know what I'm saying? But he looks scary as hell, bro. How come there's no audio?
We also have a risk, as you saw the other day, of unarmed innocent civilians massing on the airfield where they became a safety hazard to our airplanes, our air crews, and also to themselves. And we currently have that situation under control inside the airfield. There's many other risks out there, and the troops are dealing with those every single day in this volatile environment, which can and likely will change rapidly. Let me make one comment on the intelligence, because I'm seeing all over the news that there are warnings of a rapid collapse. I have previously said from this podium and in sworn testimony before Congress that the intelligence clearly indicated multiple scenarios were possible. One of those was an outright Taliban takeover following a rapid collapse of the Afghan security forces and the government. Another was a civil war, and a third was a negotiated settlement. However, the time frame of a rapid collapse, that was widely estimated and ranged from weeks to months and even years following our departure. There was nothing that I or anyone else saw that indicated a collapse of this Army and this government in 11 days. Central Command submitted a variety of plans that were briefed and approved by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Secretary of Defense, and the President. These plans are coordinated, synchronized, and rehearsed to deal with these various scenarios. One of those contingencies is what we are executing right now. As I said before, there's plenty of time to do AARs and key lessons learned and to delve into these questions with great detail. But right now is not that time. Right now, we have to focus on this mission because we have soldiers at risk. And we also have American citizens and Afghans who supported us for 20 years, also at risk. This is personal, and we're going to get them out. And we in uniform have a deep commitment to this mission. Now let me give you an operational update. The security situation, as I said, is currently secure at this time. And since 12 August, we've deployed 2 United States Marine battalions, 1 battalion from the Minnesota National Guard. All 3 of those were pre-positioned in theater, CENTCOM AOR, as part of the contingency planning. In addition to that, we alerted, marshaled, and deployed the 82nd Airborne Division headquarters and a brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division consisting of 3 airborne infantry battalions and associated enablers. And finally, there was an infantry battalion from the 10th Mountain Division securing the U.S. Embassy in Kabul. In addition, we are operating on the ground with a variety of special operations forces. That, in combination with our ground forces, we have some of the best soldiers and Marines the world has ever seen. In total, there are 20 U.S. maneuver companies currently on the ground, with about 4,500 troops, and the flow continues. The President has authorized, as you all know, up to 6,000. On top of them is the United States Navy and Air Force. We have multiple squadrons of F-18s, AV-8s, F-16s, AC-130s, B-52s, and MQ-9s. We have a significant amount of rotary wing aviation on the ground, including attack and lift helicopters. In addition, we are working with our allies and partners. There are British infantry rifle companies, along with British Special Forces on the ground working with us. There's also Turkish Security Force and there are other international special operations forces. This force is capable of extracting a significant amount of people on U.S. Air Force aircraft. Right now, we're averaging about 20 sorties of C-17s every 24 hours. We have the capability to significantly increase that throughput as the Department of State makes evacuees available. As the Secretary said, we've already evacuated approximately 5,000 people, and we intend to increase it. In addition to the military airflow, there's a variety of commercial and charter flights taking out evacuees on behalf of various other countries and NGOs. The military side of the airfield is open, and the civilian side of the airfield is also open, and we intend to keep them both open for military, commercial, and charter flights. One caveat on the civilian side, however, is that the airframes have to come in by visual flight rules only, and a NOTAM has gone out to all the air crews. The State Department is working to rapidly increase the flow of passengers available to get out on the aircraft, and we are fully supporting them with our military personnel at the entrance gates. In this highly dynamic environment, there's a number of unexpected challenges that can and likely will continue to occur, and we rely heavily on the talent, skill, and training of our troops. We've got great people across all the ranks and services out there right now on this mission. In addition to Afghanistan, which is clearly our main effort, we're also conducting humanitarian assistance operations in Haiti in the aftermath of a 7.2 magnitude earthquake with a significant loss of life. And on the West Coast, we're fighting wildfires, and we continue to conduct COVID support and other operations around the world. As we reflect on these difficult and challenging times, every soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, Coast Guardsman who's fought or conducted operation in Afghanistan, almost 800,000, should hold their head high. For more than 20 years, we have prevented an attack on the U.S. homeland. 2,448 lost our lives. 20,722 were wounded in action, and many others suffered the unseen wounds of war. To each of them, I want you to know personally that your service mattered. As the Secretary said, for both he and I, this is personal, and I know it's personal for each and every one of you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. I have a question for each of you gentlemen, if I may. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned the urgency of ramping up the pace of the evacuation. So you have a safe passage agreement with the Taliban, but in fact, in some cases, American citizens, Afghans who are at risk or who are being advised to go to the airport are unable to get into the airport because of Taliban checkpoints and so forth. So are you considering other ways that you can get around that problem by, for example, sending forces out beyond the airport to collect people and bring them, escort them into the airport? If I may ask General Milley, with the rapid collapse of the Afghan forces, there's large amounts of weaponry that are kind of out there now that were either surrendered or abandoned by the Afghan forces or otherwise captured by the Taliban. Are there ways you can?
Yeah, their audio is only coming out the left.
Might destroy some of that equipment to avoid it falling into the Taliban's hands.
Thanks, Bob. In terms of whether or not we intend to send forces outside of the airfield to collect up American citizens or Afghans who are special immigrant visa applicants, the forces that we have are focused on security of the airfield, and you know how important that is, and you know what happens if we lose the ability to provide that security. And so I don't want to detract from that, and we have to make sure that we can not only secure the airfield, but as the chairman said, defend it as well, because there are a number of threats still in the environment. I certainly don't want to do anything to make the airfield less safe, and we won't do that. But we will continue to coordinate and deconflict with the Taliban and make sure that those people that need to get to the airfield have the right credentials to ensure passage. And the Taliban has been checking those credentials, and if they have them, they have allowed them to pass. So.
And on the equipment, Bob, we obviously have capabilities, but I'd prefer not to discuss any operations other than what we're doing right now in order to get our evacuation out and get that complete. And then there'll be another time when we can discuss future operations.
Barb.
I would like to press both of you on the same points. General Milley, you say in your statement that one of your tasks is to evacuate all American citizens from Afghanistan who desire to leave. There are Americans clearly all over Kabul. There may be Americans in other parts of the country. How can the U.S., the Pentagon, live up to that task of evacuating all Americans, because we continue to see the violence just outside the airport, and how would you get them around the country unless you go get them?
Well, two things, Barbara. One is State Department, as you know, as I've said, is working with the Taliban to facilitate safe passage of American citizens, U.S. passport holders, to the airport. That's the primary means, and under the current conditions, that's the primary effort. We have capability to do other things if necessary.
Well, can I ask you what that means? Because you also said there were international special forces there that have a capability to extract, and those words suggest very clearly in the military realm you would go get people.
Well, that would be a policy decision, and if directed, we have capabilities that can execute whatever we're directed.
Thank you.
Louis.
And I would draw a distinction, Barb, between extracting someone in an in extremis condition or circumstance versus going out and collecting up large numbers of American citizens.
Do you have the capability to go out and collect Americans?
We don't have the capability to go out and collect up large numbers of people, Barb.
Louis, go ahead.
For both of you, if I could. You have 5,000 U.S. military personnel on the ground securing the area. You have small groups, potentially, of Taliban fighters outside there who are holding up potentially the second largest NEO that could be undertaken. You have the capability to get there, but how do you get those people inside so that...
Yo, they got NEOs in Afghanistan? What? Spy dropping.
Serving major command roles inside Afghanistan. Did you not see the possibility that the Afghan security forces were not up to this fight?
We continue to work with the State Department officials on the ground to improve the procedures, at the entry points to make sure that we can speed up the process of getting people in and move them onward. And so state is deploying more consular officers to be able to help with that. As I stated earlier, we're going to push more military assistance down to the entry points to facilitate these efforts. But we're really working hard to get as many people through as possible. And quite frankly, it's obvious we're not close to where we want to be in terms of getting the numbers through. So we're going to work that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we're going to get everyone that we can possibly evacuate it. And I'll do that as long as we possibly can until the clock runs out or we run out of capability.
Possibly.
The Afghan security forces, did you feel that they were ever up to this fight, or did you not see this coming, that they were not up to the fight?
Well, I stood behind this podium and it said that the Afghan security forces had the capacity, and by that I mean they had the training, the size, the capability to defend their country. This comes down to an issue of will and leadership. And no, I did not, nor did anyone else, see a collapse of an army that size in 11 days.
Idris.
Thank you. So August 31st is the end date. At what point does the military need to start thinking about and carrying out its own retrograde to meet that deadline? And secondly, do you believe or do you regret not starting the evacuation a bit earlier, even by a day or two, to sort of get ahead of the curve?
So that's a great question. At what point do we start thinking about having to retrograde our own capabilities? That's actually the point before we put them in there. We know that we got to have the right mix of capabilities on the ground. We don't want to put excessive materials on the ground that are not relevant to what we're doing. And we have to develop a detailed plan and to retrograde our equipment and our people and synchronize that plan with our efforts to get as many people out as fast as we can, with the time that we have available. So that work is something that we started thinking about very early on, and that's something that we'll continue to think about and develop detailed plans for.
And regretting not starting the evacuation even a few days earlier.
Who's that for, Idris?
Either one.
We make plans for a number of things, and clearly, as the chairman pointed out, as we did detailed planning throughout, we recognize that there might be a point in time when we have to conduct a NEO. So we position all the right forces in theater to be able to do that. We put forces on standby in the United States to support that, and of course, we also were in support of the state-led SIV applicant process throughout. So, in terms of doing everything that we could at the right time, I think we have been pretty prudent in terms of thinking ahead and planning for contingencies, and we're executing one of those plans right now. So.
Helene?
This question is for both of you, and I'd like for both of you to answer. It seems like, I know we keep harping on the same thing, but it feels like the video is not matching the audio right now. It seems to me like barring a lobotomy by the Taliban, you have three pathways ahead of you. One, you can expand the perimeter and establish a corridor into Kabul to get our Afghan allies out.
New low on this spy. This is now an above average response. You're within one standard deviation. So market is reacting a little different here today.
Thousands of Afghans who've helped us over the past 20 years behind. Which one is it going to be?
Well, first of all, as I said, Helene, we're going to evacuate everybody that we can physically possibly evacuate, and we'll conduct this process for as long as we possibly can. We will continue to deconflict issues with the Taliban, and we will stay focused on securing the airfield. We cannot afford to either not defend that airfield or not have an airfield that's secure, where we have hundreds or thousands of civilians that can access the airfield at will and put our forces at risk.
But that doesn't answer the question. I mean, you're still saying you're focused on the airfield. These people can't.
Oh, get them, girl.
Well, we're going to do everything we can to continue to try to deconflict and create passageways for them to get to the airfield. I don't have the capability to go out and extend operations currently into Kabul. And where do you take that? I mean, how far can you extend into Kabul? And how long does it take to flow those forces in to be able to do that?
So it sounds like you're saying this depends on diplomacy with the Taliban. That's it. That's our only option, is getting them to agree to do this.
Well, let me add something here, Helene. We got a couple of entry control points set up, a north one, east one, and a third one at Abbey Gate. They're currently manned with consular officers, Marines. This is all part of the perimeter. Messages have gone out by various means of communication from the State Department to American citizens and others, and they're being told to go to those gates. Right now, we're processing at about, I think the last report was about 120, 130 an hour.
I like this. These are real questions and real answers.
About 340, 350 an hour, something like that at the South Gate. So right now, there's a steady flow of people. Now, as that goes on, I think those numbers will continue to grow, and as those messages go out. And I would tell you that for the American citizens, passport holders, the Taliban and the State Department are working on a facilitation. I got it, but they're working on a facilitation measure. So those numbers are likely to grow. For the others, the State Department is still working through exactly getting the procedures for the evacuees to get to the airfield.
We'll get it, Jen.
Defense Secretary Austin, how many U.S. taxpayer-funded military aircraft have been flown out of the country, and what are you doing to get those back? We've heard of Afghan pilots taking those planes to third countries. And General Milley, you talk about the intelligence reports, and you said there wasn't anything suggesting 11 days that Kabul would fall. But you do mention there were some reports suggesting it could fall apart in weeks. If so, why did you abandon the Bagram airfield? Why did U.S. military pull out, given the uncertainty?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Jen, in terms of the aircraft that have been flown out that you mentioned earlier, I have received reports of a number of aircraft that were flown into Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. Exactly how many, I don't have firm numbers on. In terms of what we're doing about them currently, right now, Jen, we're focused on the airfield and getting people out safely. And so we're going to take that issue up at a later date. And we're going to continue to try to gain greater fidelity on the issue as well.
And on your question of Bagram, securing Bagram, you know how big Bagram is. You've been there many times. Securing Bagram is a significant level of military effort and forces. And it would also require external support from the Afghan security forces. Our task, given to us at that time, our task was to protect the embassy. In order for the embassy personnel.
SPY is dropping now. This is it's starting to look like the May response here. So it's getting a little bit worse. I think the market may be reacting a little bit to this now too.
Military forces that would have exceeded what we had, or stayed the same, or exceeded what we had. So
440 flat. If we break that range, it's not going to look good.
A proposal was made from CENTCOM commander and the commander on the ground, Scotty Miller, to go ahead and collapse Bagram. That was all briefed and approved, and we estimated that the risk of going out of Kaya.
Facebook discloses digital wallet plans.
Going out of Kaya was estimated to be the better tactical solution in accordance with the mission set that we're given, and in accordance with getting the troops down to about a 600, 700 number.
Okay, we've got time for two more, and I haven't got to the phones at all, so we'll go to Dan Lamoth from the Washington Post.
Yes, thank you. General, just to follow up on the Bagram versus HKIA question. HKIA has a single runway with the commercial airport making it much more difficult to defend that runway. We've already seen that this week. Bagram has two runways. It would have been a lot easier to protect people once inside. Is there any thought of retaking Bagram in order to expedite this evacuation? And if not, why not?
I won't. Good question, great question, but I'm not going to discuss branches and sequels off of our current operation. I'll just leave it at that.
Should have said that like 30 minutes ago, bro.
Last one for today. We'll go to you, Court.
General Milley, you keep saying that no one expected a collapse of the Afghan government and military in 11 days, but the reality is the Taliban offensive began weeks ago. They were threatening Kandahar a month ago already. So the question is, if you both think you had such a moral obligation to these Afghans who supported the military and State Department for 20 years, should you have pushed harder when the Taliban offensive began to get these people out, and then the U.S. they may not be in this situation that they're in right now? And then also, if there is this U.S. military-Taliban deconfliction process that's going on right now, have you been asking them to allow the Afghans through, and has the Taliban denied that request? Is that why there's not some effort? The State Department or the embassy put out a statement today saying that that the U.S. couldn't provide any safe passage for these Afghans. Is that because the Taliban won't allow that in these deconfliction?
It's a very dynamic environment, as you would imagine, and of course there have been things that have occurred that we do hear reports of people getting turned away by checkpoints. We've gone back and tried to and reinforced to the Taliban that if they have credentials, they need to be allowed through, and so that's working better than it was. And quite frankly, we have the major issue right now is processing the people who are there as fast as we possibly can. It's not a dearth of people getting there. It's just being able to move the folks that are there through so that we can get them on aircraft. But there have been some unfortunate incidents that I've learned about, and we continue to work to try to deconflict and make sure that there is safe passage for the people that are trying to get to the airport.
Have you asked the Taliban, or has the military asked the Taliban to allow these Afghans through and they've declined?
We continue to work that. Yes, we have. We have gone back and emphasized that people who are trying to get to the airport and have the right credentials need to be allowed through.
Because right now the airport represents safety to a lot of these people. As the Taliban are in Kabul, they're worried that the longer they wait to get there to a secure airport, even if it means they wait there several days to get on a flight. So that's why there's this freneticism to get them through. And then also, if you could also address the question of, should you have pushed harder when it was clear that this Taliban offensive was gaining momentum, a month ago?
You're a third of a point away from breaking the technical level on this month.
Well,
so watch
like
440.
There's going to be plenty of time for ARs.
I think the SPY's reacting to this, to be honest. It's both the Fed minutes, but this is not looking good.
The SIVs, others Afghans at risk. And there's going to be plenty of time to talk about regrets and pushed harder and all these other kinds, intel assessment, etc. Plenty of time to do ARs. Right now is not.
There's also technical algorithm cells. I'll have an article on that I'll go over. Bro, that was crazy. That was not really, I think, so again, they're saying crowded dollar, but they're saying U.S. pairs shares after a series of computer-generated sales were triggered after the Federal Reserve minutes on a reduction of the Fed's bond buying. Still, stocks have not gotten off the mat too much today. But so there were some algorithms, but I think a lot of that started there. They said a lot of information. I know a lot of you guys, I said these are like real, that was a lot different than, these guys aren't trained to answer questions. I mean, they really just, it gave a little bit of uncertainty there about the situation. And I think they could have said a lot of different things. Again, you have the monthly expiration. You have a lot of algorithmic things going on right now in the market, and we are responding to the Fed. The algos listens through transcripts and keywords. So, yeah, they're letting you know. But, I mean, given the last 8 months of how we've heard a lot of press conferences, that was just very it was straight. I don't think they knew how to answer the questions in a way that didn't sound like it wasn't, it seems like it's deteriorating pretty quickly there. It seemed like they literally boiled down to, if the Taliban will let us do something. I mean, it's kind of unreal. And then again, you're even getting articles now, even documenting Biden's history with all of this. Again, the approval rating, everybody. I mean, it's political, but left and right. I mean, the situation is kind of deteriorating. I think it was honest answers. I mean, I really, I was surprised. I mean, we just haven't had. Most people answering questions have been trained in PR more or less, but what he said was just they were answering the questions, and it just did not inspire much confidence. But they were, and you could even tell by the questions, it wasn't pre-scripted in that sense. You could these guys know how to manage the military, not answer these questions, and that's where I think you got some of it. Obviously, though, we are reacting here to the minutes. One of you pointed it out, and it looks like last May's meeting, almost to the T. Last May, we dropped a lot harder, but we had the same drop, a lower pop, but now we are lower than this level now. So I think I could update it here, but if you look at last May, we rallied off of this. So again, I ended up in the 6 hours, so you can see where we're at now, but last time we had the Fed minutes in this similar reaction, you had the drop right here, couple-day drop, and then we did rally off of it, so we will see how it plays out. Only play I made today was Roblox. We made calls, and that was a great I'm laughing at it. I put LOL on there just because it's safe haven. I don't know why. So we'll see. Yeah, last May there was no Taliban news, but again, I don't know how much it's affecting the market, where the only thing I think that becomes a problem is if this turns into another scenario. It's not necessarily that the Taliban is going to crash our market and people are going to get worried. Obviously, people are disappointed. They don't like it. It's embarrassing. I mean, you could go down the list of things to say about it, but it's not like it's a market event unless it turns into another situation. So if the situation spirals out of control and then it leads us to another one, I think that is starting to, some people may get worried about that, but I don't think it's a prevalent fear as of yet. Yeah, the second the meeting started, we did go. I mean, did you hear the question? I mean, did you hear it all? They were, bro, he was even like, eventually towards the end, he got the fucking clue. He was just like, I'm not going to answer that. Otherwise, everything sounded it sounded like it wasn't, it did not sound, again, it did not, as Nick said, it just did not inspire confidence at all. Black Swans, attacks, cyber attacks, Taliban escalation. Yes, but that's the nature of a Black Swan. We don't know. It's hard to say. I think Black Swan, I think it would be somebody bigger closures, everything you listed. It could be anything. You watch the Pentagon. Yeah, where is the State? The State Department probably sounded a lot better. The State Department's over, actually. They ended around the same time. They said the politicians tied our hands, and the thing that sounded the weirdest is that you're getting all these statements that there's some control, we could do this, but he pretty much said it's if the Taliban would let us. And I don't know, did they say that a jet got stolen? I think so about GTA to jet, but that was it just seems like there's a wide divergence now between what the situation is and what we're hearing. It sounded like I think a jet got jacked. That's crazy. I thought you could only do that in Los Santos. That's nuts. And he doesn't have the authority to expand troops to Kabul or something, like Biden didn't authoritate it. But then she was asking, because she was even like, but she I forgot what she said, but it sounded like, again, it just seemed a little bit more realer than we've been getting. So I think that's why maybe it just sounded like that. Maybe it's not as bad. I don't know at this point, but we'll see. I mean, let's see how the market takes it, and then, oh wow, we only have 15 minutes left. And then tomorrow is going to be a wild day. Tomorrow might be a big bounce though, low key. I'm kind of expecting a bounce, believe it or not, unless you get an external factor. Otherwise, it seems like you do get a pretty. Most of the Fed meetings that ended up down, they ended up kind of, here's a couple hours after, but it's led to kind of a bounce and then normalization. So we'll see. IMS says Afghanistan cannot access SDRS and fund resources. That's good. IMF locked them out now. So first it was the Treasury. Now International Monetary Fund has locked out the Taliban. That just came in. Oil really dropped. I don't know. It could be because China, but then maybe, I don't know, man. What if the Taliban starts pulling a Saudi Arabia? I don't know how much gas they have. I don't know about what their oil situation's looking like. I haven't checked on Afghanistan. Because Iraq was able to do it. NVIDIA's dropping again. NVIDIA earnings after hours. Mm-mm. 1.2 on the sell side. Got about 15 minutes left. Yeah, we talked about the Palantir situation. We think it's interesting. SPY coming down again. Very, very interesting. And then TLT. TLT's chilled out, though, for the most part. Because now it's just like Monday. Bonds aren't moving as much. SPY, new low, picking up heavy now. Now, some indexes, it's matched up with XLF. I'd watch XLV. And then Apple is leading almost down 2%. NASDAQ down 0.5%. They're doing good, but Dow and S&P matched up. And then, shit, the small caps flipped. That was a huge flip on the small caps. $440, you're half a point away. That will trigger more algo selling, I think. Again, we talked about that beginning of this week. You get to 440. I mean, that's the whole range for the month. 440 and anything lower, you start entering a different level. Yeah, low ticker's running the show right now. Nothing, barely on the high ticker, but it's probably going to be, could be some of the defensive names. Keep an eye on what's on there. Bookings dropping now. Yeah, Expedia and travel stocks are outpacing. UAL didn't move as much. Yeah, XLV, even defensive now. Healthcare selling off. Yeah, that was a big shift. So again, it sucks. You have the minutes, but I really think you got I think you got a little bit of the Afghan situation priced into there. It looks bad, but we've seen this before for the most part. At least in the first hour. So we've already gone past an hour. It looks, and now it's dropped even more. I need the 6 hours, but I don't think it's going to give me it. Let me double check. I'm going to try to refresh it. U.S. troops fired crowd control shots at Kabul airport, Pentagon says. A little over. Again, I could agree with that because I would price in more of the Afghan situation than the minutes, just because the minutes there was nothing new with that. It's not giving me it. Rumor that Biden's stepping down. Nah, man, you're high as hell. No way. No chance in hell, bro. As we're coming down again, Bill on the high. Bill.com. What the hell is this? Still hitting another low. That's it. You're going to hit the technical level again. At end of the month expiration, you're going to get some algo selling here. Or it'll probably, this is going to be a new range. Again, this is the month. So the whole month we barely moved, and now in 2 days we've wiped out everything. You're literally back, right back. I think Monday or Tuesday was the beginning of the month, 2 weeks ago. You're pretty much going to be right back there. So watch how it plays at these levels. This is a key level. Yeah, if it butters, that'll be even worse. IMF, that's good news on the IMF front, but yeah, you can look how minor the Fed. I don't think this was because the Fed. Amazon starting to sell right now. Bonds are not fucking. Where's the dollar? Even the dollar. That's the weird part. That's what I said. I think it's more of a different reaction, but our indicators are still elevated. If anything, the market would have to catch up to them. Is that butter? No. Wait. If it goes to 0.7, 439.70 is what I would say butter considerably, but it has to hold. It broke, but look at, you see it's gaining. It's like 440 or 439.95. It's holding there. So it might, what's it called? I mean, we got 10 minutes here. It might bounce around, but we'll see. 10-minute move creates a lot. Market on close, 3.8 billion. It was just 1 billion right now. You joined the XLF puts. Well, welcome, my friend. Welcome. Well, it's slightly outpacing the market. I don't know if the premiums went up on them. And then, ironically, the China stocks are up. Nah, this is good. I mean, I'm thinking tomorrow might be a little bullish there, but this is good because now you're getting this little shakeout here. If it leads to a bounce, it could create more divergence. I was born in volatility. What a day. What a day. Ooh. Dan Lamoth makes a good point. Why do we give up Bagram Airfield, which has 2 main runways, where the Kabul airport only has 1? This move could turn bullish. I'm not sold on any negativity just yet on this. And even if it does, I like what it could create. Let's see. Is Amazon catching up with Apple? Apple is just absolutely wrecked today. But it's still holding up that level. Let's see if Roblox gives up. Yeah, he didn't want to reveal anything. Taking Bagram is completely possible, yeah. Crazy, though. Can you make the Afghan? Yeah, I want to, but it just seems weird. I talked about it today. There's too much strength in it. S&P 5%. Nah, we have not even hit 1% right now today. But again, this is a bigger than normal, probably one of your bigger Fed movements on the market impact analysis. I think in the last year, even in the last 6 hours, you haven't moved more than 1%. This is your worst FOMC day in a year. It's not showing up August, but I could already extrapolate it where you haven't moved in 6 hours, but by like hour 2 or 3, we're down 1% now almost, or about 0.8. It's probably one of your worst days. Again, if we sell off even more tomorrow morning, then that will tell a lot. Extrapolate is an underused word. Well, there you go. We'll get that on the high. Video, only 5 minutes left, but low ticker's still pumping, man. Again, now you're really buttering here. I thought you would get some level of support there, but that's telling a lot. What, is the volume even high today? Kind of. Yesterday was really high volume. Market on close still 3.6. Jeez. It's big, man. It's big. What's oil at? You guys coming back here tomorrow? I might actually take a day off tomorrow. So we'll see, but if you just make sure you're subscribed with the bell just in case. Yeah, I think it's a good time to go back to Tulum, you know what I'm saying? That's chilling, you know, I could go. Nah, we'll see you here in the morning. Don't worry. Don't worry. Just joking with you. Just joking around. SPY coming down again. You're almost half a point down now from that level, that 44.50 or 440.50. Not good. Not good at all. Tomorrow, it's going to get more volatility. I'm not fully, convinced what it's selling off on, but the after-hours move and what be on the watch list tonight because that it's going to say, I want to see what happens in the next few hours, honestly. Biden sits down with George Stephanopoulos one-on-one at the White House. Man, get me those Pentagon people for every interview. Get me that. That's it, bro. I want them to answer all their questions. They're going to be like, oh, no, this shit sucks, man. What do you want me to say? They're like, nah. Well, we're coming down, ladies and gentlemen, so be careful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, it's a little bit turbulent here, so please make sure all seatbelts are fastened. And if you're holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. As we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover. Given the turbulence here, your connecting flight may change, so please make sure that you are there on the layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking out probably around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It is about 72 and cloudy. Lots of clouds and fog earlier here today, but it should clear up coming into tomorrow unless we get some black swan clouds, but we will see. But as always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down to flight attendant. We'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Yeah, big volume, bro. You just sold off a point, that 440 level. You literally, you're almost down a point. Watch the after hours move. Man. Man, oh man. What a day. The bonds aren't moving at all. They're starting to creep, but this was just like Monday. A weird day, bro. Weird day and weird events coming into next week, man. Again, you still got Jackson Hole. Now we have all this. It's getting interesting, man. It's getting interesting. 1 minute! Bring it home, ladies and gentlemen. You got to wrap it up. Market is just selling off heavy, and it does not look like it was Powell's fault this time. So we're going to see. You got a couple of seconds here, 20 seconds left. Wrap it up. Bring it home. If you're going to take a put, take a put. Sell some premium, sell some premium if you're going to buy the dip. But we will find out in the morning, and do not underestimate the market's ability to brush things off here. This is our first bigger down day, but it is making August a little bit more important. 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Woo! That was loud as shit. Oh, let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day. That's it. GG in the chat. Come on. The day is over. Let's turn on after hours. Let's see. Are we still selling? Is it still moving after hours? What's even the volume on the day? About 70 million. 1% Dow and S&P matched up. The Russell made the craziest flip today. You got Coinbase. I think you got Robinhood in a couple earnings here. NASDAQ almost 1%. So this is the biggest move we've seen now all month that trumps yesterday's move that we had. And then that's it, man. Wow, that was a crazy day. Crazy day. Crazy. That was power. That was everything, bro. That was everything. That was nuts. But, ladies and gentlemen, 1.6 thousand likes? Oh, let's go. Bro, we already had, no, that would have been like 3,000 likes with the, man, let's go. Hard. Wow. Wow, I love it. I love it. Shout out to the Colt, baby. Shout out to everybody here. And listen, before you go, my special message, tomorrow everything's going to be okay. Don't worry, we got data, we got information. We wake up early. You know what I'm saying? We ready to go. So we'll see you here tomorrow. You'll be fine. But listen, all I got to tell you, life is good. You're blessed. Everything's going to be fine. But I just need to tell you, thank you, baby. Thank you for being here. We love all of you. I appreciate all of you. You know, I got to break it down in PHILO a little bit more. But if you came here today, you gave me your time, you gave me your ear. I do not care if you like me or not. And whether you said something negative or positive, it's okay, baby. You know why? Because you gave me an opportunity. And that's all I need. That's all Chad needs. You know, you give Chad, you give the cockroach a little opportunity. We're cockroaches. I'm a cockroaches. You got to stay hard to kill, baby. All you need is an opportunity. So we love it. God bless you. Thank you for being here, man. Shout out to everybody. If you play me your car, your speakers, anything, I appreciate you. And thank you, thank you, thank you. You know what I'm saying? We love it. We love you. So God bless you all. Hopefully you enjoyed today as much as I did. Shout out to all the members rocking the badge. They support the channel. They hold it down. They make everything possible here alongside everybody else too. But we got much love for our members. Thank you guys, especially if you are a member. I'm telling you, thank you. Shout out to all the Stream Alerts people. Thank you as well. We keep them updated. You know, we hook them up with everything. And they in the game, baby, especially on days like today. So we love you guys. Thank you. And above all else, man, we don't care if you got a membership badge. We don't care if you have the Stream Alerts. We appreciate it. We thank it, man. We see the love, and we always appreciate it. But one thing, man, your attitude and your heart goes a long way here. So shout out to all the people, man, who came here with a good attitude, ready to learn, contributed, kept it positive and respectful. I see the same people every day, so I love it. Some of y'all got the most beautiful hearts ever, and we love it and appreciate it. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And that's it, baby. That's it. That's all we got. Woo! We made it. First link for the Stream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. If you haven't got your long-term investments, man, please do it. Taiwan set new record for intrusions in Taiwan's air defense zone. Ooh, they heating it up. Global politics heating up right now. Oh, man. I love you, Daniel. God bless you. I love everybody on the long term. We love you so much. We want you to get the long term. Just do it. Second link, nightly watch list and main channel. Honestly, depending on what happens between tonight and tomorrow morning, this watch list could get very interesting, and we had some interesting develops as well. Third link for the membership badge. Fourth link for the merch. All the new channels, Co-Real Estate, Co-PHILO, Co-Cards, Co-Music. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Follow me, man. Say what's up. I'm going to go live on Instagram. I need to try to do that again. How option pricing works. How to set up our long-term portfolio. These are great tutorials if you haven't got them. If you don't know, we got the main channel. There's a lot on there. And finally, baby, the prayer request wall. Some of you may want to pray about it today. Some of y'all need a prayer request. We got y'all, man. But listen, I don't care what you believe in. This is me and my mom. We like to pray for y'all. My mom prays for you every single day. So shout out to everybody on there. Even if you don't send it in, we still going to pray for you, man, okay? It's just good to have somebody to support you. It's good to root for somebody. And listen, G, if it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I hate to break it down like that to you. I hate to give you the cold, hard truth of it all. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So that's it, man. That's it. But that's today, man. I love you all. I hope you enjoyed today. Go read Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, and Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale, baby. That's it. How y'all feeling, man? How y'all feeling? The market's closed. I got a little bit more. Honestly, today was crazy. Today, so many things just popped off in a weird way, especially after factoring in yesterday. Cisco revenue up 7.5%. You got some earnings coming in. Cisco dropping. Cisco. That stocks. I like it when the stock pop. Yeah, that go. I like it when the stocks yeah, that go. Me. Stocks. That's Cisco, right? Oh, Cisco Systems. Oh, I feel you. My bad. That's crazy. I thought, different Cisco. That's crazy. Hood clap. Ooh, not really. Loss of $502 million. Expected loss was $487 to $537. So pretty bad. Revenue $565 million. How the fuck y'all make $500 million if y'all ain't This is suspicious. That's all I'm saying. That's crazy. How you made $500 million and I ain't paid? That one's an interesting one. But ladies and gentlemen, listen, man, I love you all. I really hope you enjoyed it today, man. Shout out to people protecting their heart with them beautiful hearts out there. So I hope you got it, man. I hope you got it. I hope you got today's PHILO, man. Fup it up. What's the FUP stand for, huh? Oh, y'all forgot already. I forgot, honestly. FUP. What's the F for? The F is for the fiscal. What's the F for? Can y'all remind me again? What's the F for? Okay, someone full? Okay, full. So keep it full. Okay, what's the U for? Fiscal. What's the U for? Oh, undivide. Jamie, you on top of it, baby. He quick with it. You got good internet connection or something. Undivided. Okay, what's the first P for? What's the first P? What's the first P? Peace. Peace. What's the last P for? Oh, you already know. Pure, baby. So fup it up, man. I hope it works. I hope you guys get something out of it. Let's get your hearts full, man. Get full with excitement. You want this or not? You want to do something or not? You see what I'm saying? And then you got the PHILO yesterday. Oh, tie that into it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Protect it. Protect it. Are you ready? It's game time, baby. It's game time. Let's go, baby. So I love you all, man. For real. Watch that heart, because remember, if that reservoir is contaminated, it's all about the source. It's all about the source, man. Y'all can ask the plug. Just ask the plug. He'll put you in check, but I don't want you to go through the rest of the year without having maintenance and looking at the state of your heart. Oh, y'all don't feel me, man. What you doing it for? Huh? That's why. Imagine you got into something, but the heart wasn't in the right place. Oh, they don't feel me. Come on, man. They don't feel me. I'm trying to... I just hope you get it, man. I hope you get it. I hope you get in. I hope you locked in and ready to go, man, okay? Okay? It's game time. It's game time. But seriously, man, that PHILO, I love it. I love it. I really hope it hits some of y'all the way it hit me. I hope y'all know you can't turn back from it. You know, this is a calling. This is a calling to go deeper. You know that, right? That's it. You could go. That's it. Go. You could try to play both sides of the sidewalk. Are you going to be divided or not? Oh, they don't feel me, man. So that's it, baby. That's it, baby. So I love you all. I hope you enjoy today. I hope you wake up with the energy. You put it in drive, but you already act as if, right? Put it in drive. Then you can act as if, but you already know it's going to happen, baby. How you going to react before you get it? You need to feel good before you get it. And guess what? Do some maintenance on your heart. Tell me you don't feel good in the morning. Tell me you don't get ready, bro. Tell me you don't feel. Oh, yeah, you like that one. Cancel out the sergeants. That was a good one, right? Uncle, bro. Uncle, just let me see what you got on that one. What you got on that one, man? That was fire. Money, get a lot of in the text. Since it's caught it out on the fucking watch list. Got money out the ass, but my soul made me rich. About to drip them dividends, you know I did it for the kids, yes. Yup, I'm a motherfucking trip. I'm a trip to Japan to watch the motherfucking yen. 105 can get you one, but that's dependent what you pay. If we talking about the bonds, then this really ain't fair. Woo! I'm a trip to Japan to watch them up. And yeah, 105 could get you one, but that's dependent what you pair. Oh, that was a good one. You're like, that's... So listen, I love you. Get ready, baby. Wake up and drive. Wake up and drive. You got the whole rest of the day to feel your heart, to focus. Don't get it undivided, to keep the peace no matter what. You know it's good, huh? Oh, and keep it pure, man, okay? What do you take delight in? Take delight in something good for you today, okay? Take delight in whatever work you do, okay? That's it. Just take delight in something good today. You know what I'm saying? Get excited about doing better. Oh, y'all don't... So that's it. I love all of you. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. And don't ever forget why we here, man. Why we keep going. Why we even doing the maintenance that we need to. Why we believe in, pursuing, perceiving, everything. Everything. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! I love you all, Chad. I'll see you in the morning. God bless you, and good night, and get ready for that watch list. Have a wonderful evening, baby. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. What the fuck happened? Okay, I'm still gonna get a pony. Love you. Bye.